All right. Hello, everybody. Good to have you with us. Welcome to GBN's live coverage. Eye on Hurricane Beryl, which has since been upgraded to a Category 3 system. It's headed to the Windward Islands. We're yet to receive the ATM advisory from the National Disaster Management Agency, NADMA. Once we get it, we will present it to you. All right. We begin our coverage with Sylvan McIntyre. He's live via telephone. Sylvan McIntyre is a disaster risk management specialist. He has a law enforcement background. He has worked with the regional response system, specifically with the Caribbean Disaster Emergency Management Agency. Sylvan McIntyre, thanks for joining us relative to our coverage today. All right, Sylvan McIntyre, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Yes, thank you so much for joining us relative to our coverage. Eye on Hurricane Beryl. Where are you at the moment, first of all?
I am actually in the parish of Grenada. I'm here over in St. Andrew, and I'm out here on some environmental assignments, looking at some things that are likely to be on my area.
Okay, very well. So you've been following the developments. You know, we've had the tropical wave, tropical depression. We've had, of course, it been morphed into a tropical storm, morphed further into Hurricane Beryl. I want to get, first of all, an overall sense from you relative to what is going on concerning Beryl at this time.
It is an anxious moment, I think, for Grenada and all of the Eastern Caribbean, because, as you would recognize, the 2024 hurricane season has been predicted to be a hyperactive season, and indicating that it is definitely way beyond the above average, and so it has been dubbed a hyperactive season. So it's actually living up to its expectation. The mere fact that we are seeing a major hurricane forming so early in the season. It's not the first time that has happened, but it is not the usual occurrence to have major hurricanes so early up in the hurricane season. But as we said, the surface temperatures and so forth have been good indicators. The excessive heat that we've had as the extreme dry spell and drought conditions, all of which would have made it very, very conducive to development of tropical cyclones. So it falls on the anniversary of Hurricane Ivan, which is actually coincidentally exactly 20 years, except that Hurricane Ivan was in September. But I think this moment creates a bit of anxiety. People become a bit anxious. And then to others, been there, done that, let us just go through this and give God praise, pray that we walk through this and there is no loss of life.
Sylvan McIntyre, Hurricane Beryl is being reported as a very organized system. In fact, the experts are saying there are no signs of disorganization at the moment, that it remains on its current forecast track.
And the statement is very consistent.
All right, if you're just tuning into the broadcast, I'm talking there with Sylvan McIntyre, a disaster risk management specialist. He's via cell phone at the moment in Subi's Marquee area, St. Andrew. And so there is a bit of connectivity issues there relative to my conversation with him. Once we reestablish contact with him, we will continue the dialogue. But no doubt, I believe he's back. Sylvan McIntyre, are you there?
Oh, yeah, I'm here.
Yes, go ahead.
I don't know how much you got from my comments relative to Hurricane.
You can take it back from the beginning to respond to that question.
Yes. So what I'm saying, Hurricane Beryl is just living up to part of the 2024 expectation in terms of the prediction of a hyperactive season, that we're seeing a major hurricane so early in the hurricane season. It's the reality of the times in which we are living that these things are likely to happen. It's an anxious moment for the average citizen, not just Grenada, but all of the Eastern Caribbean and the Atlantic basin, for which those tropical cyclones really do affect. Again, it is not a time where extreme panic should be, but it should be of concern. And the reason why I say extreme panic in that hurricanes are what you call slow onset hazards, and they give you lots and lots of warning period. And in this case, Beryl and the area of disturbed weather did give good indication that this showed that it had the ability to organize and it has lived up to the expectation. What is interesting though is that system, as you being intimating earlier on, has developed so quickly from an area of disturbed weather into a tropical wave, a tropical depression, tropical storm, and it has moved so quickly from just a hurricane into a major hurricane, and that is of some concern. The experts have indicated and are indicating that it is well organized, it is a dangerous hurricane, and it should be treated as such by everyone.
Okay, so let's say it because the experts have also been saying that it is going to be Category 3 before it reaches the Windward Islands, and at the moment it's Category 3, even sooner than predicted. What I want to understand is if it continues in the Category 3 segment, although there are reports of it being Category 4 at the moment, unconfirmed reports, mind you. What I want to understand is whether 3 or 4, what conditions specifically would Grenada experience should it hit Category 3, Category 4, for example?
Well, every level of a tropical cyclone is associated to either color coding of what impact it is likely to have, or it might be graded low, medium, destructive, or catastrophic. And once you have like a tropical storm, or you may have a tropical depression, it depends on what aspect of the hazard is likely to be associated. For instance, you may have wind, or you may have more wind, or you may have more water. And those are two hazards of cyclones. We're facing a major hurricane, and major hurricanes, they do carry destructive force. And the extreme end of major hurricanes are the Category 5, etc., even in the level 4, that can be deemed as being catastrophic. It means, therefore, subject to anything else, that they have impact on the varying sectors: water, disruption, and maybe contamination. You can have agricultural sector affected, tourism, health, and the whole of it goes on. And so the experts, for instance, the scientists and meteorologists, would give you specific models as to where and what kinds and levels of impact that the country is likely to have. Regardless whether it is just an area of disturbed weather that will give you wind or water, or it may carry, as a result of the water and wind, landslides or down cliffs and falls. Every one of these hazards associated, every citizen needs to be mindful that they have and would have negative consequences, and therefore preparedness and response measures are things that have to be ongoing. And in the state of hurricane, it's like, no, it should be like for Grenada. Although, as I mentioned in my opening, in my entry remarks, that people are anxious. Some people are going back to the era and the period 2004 that was not very complex experience for them. As I spoke to people and listened to people, they would express that they're not comfortable, they are anxious, they are not, because the wheel turned all the way back into the impact of Hurricane Ivan, and that in itself is cause for concern in terms of the physical and psychological impact it can have on everyone.
You know, it's interesting you say that, because on my way to the Grenada Broadcasting Network to anchor this coverage, a gentleman said to me he's feeling Ivan heat. The heat reminds him of the experience during Ivan.
There are a few people that speak of the relation to Hurricane Ivan. Point to note, though, we are facing, likely to face the effects, and the meteorologist will tell you, based on focus, what area of impact it is likely to have most. As it stands within the scope of the impact, Grenada, Tobago, Vincent and the Grenadines, and St. Lucia in this part of the Eastern Caribbean, including Beryl and the east of us, these countries are going to have some level of effect and impact from the hurricane itself. There are some places that are lined up more in the line of fire, and there are others who are likely to be affected by the outer bands or the left and right quadrants of the system. Whatever part of the system affects the country, it is going to have some disruption of the normal status quo. People's normal processes have already been affected. As you can see, there are people queued up at the supermarkets, at the fuel stations, and trying to ensure that they do have some level of resilience in terms of what food they're going to have, what amount of water they're going to have, and their ability to move around by ensuring that they have fuel in their vehicle. So it's not the kind of atmosphere that you really want to be existing within, because there is no balance in terms of the comfort level that people are likely to have, because life will be affected. Things are going to be affected some way or the other. The impact is likely to be heavy. It is likely to be lessened, but every hazard or every hurricane or tropical cyclone brings with it a different kind of impact, and that is the reality. Even if the meteorologist is saying to us it's going to bring X amount of water, the wind speed is going to be at such, you can only estimate based on experience and modeling that yes, housing stock is going to be affected. Vulnerable structures like wooden structures and shacks and buildings that are not well built are going to be affected. The agricultural sector will get hit, and it is likely that utility will be affected as well. As you may be aware that the National Water and Sewage Authority has already did give an indication as to when they are going to be shutting water off. It is likely to be the case with electricity as well. In some areas, they may be doing some load shedding and balancing the system across. So people should now prepare themselves psychologically, because whether there is a direct hit or whether it is the outer quadrant, left or right, or whether it is the eye or the eye wall that comes through any country, there will be some consequence as a result, and your normal state of affairs will be affected.
Yes, absolutely. All right, Sylvan McIntyre, you mentioned at the top of the interview that you are in the Subi's Marquee area, all right? Now, literally, these are low-lying areas. What I want to understand is what's going to be the impact on these low-lying areas you talk about?
Unfortunately, I have not the authority to speak on the level of impact. In my capacity that I'm speaking to you without representing any specific organization, what I can say is not an expert explanation in terms of levels of impact, but can give you a layman's experience in terms of what is expected based on the modeling. In that, obviously, if you have a tropical cyclone churning over the Caribbean or within the Atlantic zone that we are in, it's likely that you're going to have swells, and at least in terms of the wave height, have been given. The meteorologists are going to speak about that later on. In terms of the coastal erosion and sea surges, that is a fallout of the impact of hurricanes. So along coastlines, people are expected to be vigilant and to look out for different swells and rising tides. If you have swells and higher tides, it means that the water will encroach into your land space. Trees and things exposed, like vessels not secured properly, houses and other things, livelihoods and so that are exposed along the coastline, they are expected to be affected. So as the warnings and the releases and advisory come out, people will just need to pay particular attention to the areas in which they live. And one of the three things that people should be doing generally is to do what you call a vulnerability or hazard assessment. Know where you live and the kinds of things you are exposed to or you're likely to be affected by. So if you're in a low-lying area, for instance, in the area where I'm in now, Marquis Subi areas, you know fishing is part of the livelihood, obviously. You know there are coconut trees and there are mangroves and there are houses and so along that coastline. So there are different measures that people in these areas should be taking or should have already undertaken. The fishermen, I'm sure, would pull their boats up, secure them. The people who are doing the sea moss farming, etc., they may want to do some harvesting, as the case may be, or they may want to leave it until maybe what nature takes its course, and then they can do the harvesting thereafter on what may come through. But there are some preliminary activities that should be undertaken, but one of the key things would be to be cautious, be safe, and to listen to the information that comes from the national authority, which is the National Disaster Management Agency and our local Met services.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Well, Sylvan McIntyre, we leave it there for now. I'll say for now because my producer said to me, you're going to join us at some point in studio. So we'll continue the conversation.
Absolutely. So as we get off, and I'll get in, maybe be in person later on, because the national system activation is going to happen from around midday.
Yes.
And I'm sure that all entities, NGOs, and every person that is responsible for manning the Emergency Operations Center will definitely be called into duty, and then there will be, I'm sure, more updates, more advisories, and more information to members of the public. But I think the word of caution generally is that people should continue their preparedness activities. Do not take any step or any stage for granted. This is a tropical cyclone that is already a Category 3 hurricane, which is a major hurricane, and it does carry with it devastating consequences or things that can definitely create an uncomfortable state of life at this point.
All right, we'll leave it there for now. Sylvan McIntyre, a disaster risk management specialist. He has law enforcement background. He has worked with the Regional Response System, specifically the Caribbean Disaster Emergency Management Agency, SEDEMA. Thank you, sir. Right, let's cross now to the sister isle of Carriacou and join our media contact there, Roll Patterson. The weather experts have been saying that the north of the island is going to be affected in a significant way once Beryl passes through. And so we want to get a sense from Roll Patterson relative to the goings-on on the sister isle of Carriacou. And I want to say sister isles because we have to include, of course, Petite Martinique. So what's going on? What's been happening? How are people treating with what's been reported? How are they preparing? That sort of thing. So once he is on the line, we will bring you that conversation with him. If you're just tuning in, this is our live coverage here at the Grenada Broadcasting Network. Eye on Hurricane Beryl. It's now a Category 3 hurricane. And the authorities have been saying it is a very dangerous Category 3 hurricane. All right, so I'm told that Roll Patterson is on the line in Carriacou. Roll, are you there?
Yeah. Not bad at all. Good morning to you.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. All right, so give us a sense of the goings-on the sister isles, I'll say, because I want you to bring us up to speed with Petite Martinique as well. What are you learning? What are you understanding? What's happening right now?
Not only what am I learning and what am I understanding, but what am I seeing also. What I can tell you, of course, is a typical Sunday, typical tropical day in Caracas we are experiencing at the moment. Beautiful, pregnant sunshine. I must admit that, of course, the winds are a little bit above what we are accustomed to on a normal day. But looking across to the Atlantic Ocean, it looks pretty clear and nice. What I can also tell you is that I just made a run to some of the communities to the northern part of the island and also up to Topple and Mount Royal. And all year this morning, it was slow in terms of preparation as it pertains to property owners. But I must admit, within the last hour, I just completed a second round. We can see a number of people are rushing to ensure that, of course, the property is well secured. We have seen people are battening down. A number of vehicles are passing with ladders. You can hear the hammering. You can hear construction going on in different parts. So a clear indication that, of course, the people of Caracas and Petit Martinique are getting ready. Indication from Petit Martinique, I spoke to two persons up there, and they told me that just about everyone in Petit Martinique is rushing to ensure that, of course, the property is secured as we prepare for the arrival of Beryl. I can also inform you, too, over the last 48 hours, there have been rapid marine traffic heading into Tyrrell Bay, very sheltered harbor, where, of course, you have that of the Caracas Marina and that of the Tyrrell Bay Marina, and, of course, the very sheltered mangrove in the oyster bed, where a number of boats tend to go to shelter from that of the wind and any storm surge. And speaking to one of the proprietors of the Tyrrell Bay Marina, Jerome McQuilkin, he told me on Friday, that yes, there's been a record number of boats that, of course, are coming in, that came in and are coming in to the marina there. You can see it on the western side of the island. As we speak right now, a number of boats are on the way down, not just from Petit Martinique, not just from the northern part of Caracas, but, of course, boats coming from all the way up St. Vincent and heading down to that sheltered harbor. Petit Martinique at this time of the year is always, of course, filled with boats in the harbor. As you look at it now, of course, it's extremely empty as they all move to shelter. I've not yet gotten a full appreciation as to what's happening, let's say, in Hillsborough and to the south of the island. But from yesterday evening, in traversing the communities of the south, you could have seen people were getting ready and looking, of course, to batten down and so forth. So from Caracas, right about now, I said it's beautiful weather. It's a breeze just above normal, but of course, in terms of the conditions, it's looking extremely good. We had some rain last night, and some people made the point about a little bit of fear this morning that during the course of last night, maybe for about 2 hours, there was an extreme calm and a stillness and the backing of the dogs. And one lady remarked to me that this reminded us so much last night, the backing of the dogs and the stillness of that of Hurricane Janet back in 1955. So, Caracas, as I said, the people are taking it seriously based on what I've seen, based on what I'm learning. But I run into two interesting scenarios this morning. The one in Windward, where a gentleman was making some noise when actually I was getting some pictures, and he said, why all these people are doing all this for? Nothing is happening. Nothing going to happen, Lou. It doesn't make sense doing all this. So that level of complacency is frightening. But I do hope that, of course, it's a singular view and a singular interpretation. And, of course, no one else is having that sort of a perception that is not going to be happening for us. I also ran into a couple a short while ago who lives at the top road. Senior couple, the man, of course, husband has a challenge, physical challenge, and he was making the point to me that he needs to batten down. He doesn't have anyone to help him. He doesn't have the material. So he's, of course, driving around to looking for a contractor that may have the material to come and, of course, batten down for him. I hope there's not any more similar circumstances like this across Caracas and Petit Martinique. But, of course, my next report for you, I'll be heading down to central Caracas. That's, of course, the Hillsborough area. And, of course, heading down to the south in terms of Brunswick, Six Roads, Abbeville, Bellevue, Belmont, and so forth.
Yes, so we'll keep in contact with you, Roll Patterson.
Yes, and just before you go, we want to, of course, give you the list of shelters for Caracas, which is very important.
Yes.
We have that of the Bogus Community Center, the Highville Government School, the Hillsborough Government School, the Glad Titans Church, the Dover Government School, that of the Mount Pleasant Government School, the Highville Community Center, and, of course, the Hillsborough Government School. That's for Caracas. And for Petit Martinique, you have the Petit Martinique RC Church and the Petit Martinique RC School. Also, I would let you know that, of course, the Dover Government School is a shelter that is equipped with the facility to, of course, accommodate those who are physically challenged. Yes?
Okay. Yes, yes. Did you mention Petit Martinique?
Yes, P.T. Martinic,
Yes.
the P.T. Martinic RC School and the P.T. Martinic RC Church, the
Yes,
two
yes.
official shelters.
All right. Thanks very much indeed. We'll keep in contact throughout the day. Excuse me, Royal Patterson there on the Sister Isle of Carriacou. Thank you, sir. All the best. All right. Our coverage continues. Let's return to the phone. We have a conversation coming up with Christian Patrick. He is the store manager at Foodland, I believe Foodland Kirani James Boulevard and not Market Square, because I recall last evening beneath the press conference involving Prime Minister Deacon Mitchell, the National Disaster Coordinator, and Gerard Tema from the Met Office, Anya Chow Chang, who is the Chief Executive Officer of George F. Huggins and Company Grenada Limited, which operates, of course, Foodland supermarkets. She said beneath the live that the supermarket is going to be open today from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. So no doubt we want to get a sense in a while from Christian Patrick, the store manager, I believe, Kirani James Boulevard, Foodland, to get a sense of the shopper's experience at this time. Yeah, to get a progress report on his take on what has been happening. How are people shopping? Just the mood, the sense coming in from shoppers at this time. Once he is on the line, we will have that conversation with him. All right, in the meantime, I want to give you a sense. Now, yesterday during that very same press conference involving the Prime Minister, NADMA, and the Met Office, the National Disaster Coordinator, Dr. Terence Walters, he announced that the National Emergency Operations Center, NEOC, at NADMA headquarters at Montjaloux will be activated at 12 noon today, Sunday. He also mentioned that the District Emergency Operations Centers will be activated at 12 noon on Sunday as well. So no doubt we will give you a sense of the list of approved emergency shelters in a while. But I want to let you know as well that the District Emergency Operations Centers are located at specific parts in Grenada, Black Bay, St. John, River Sally, St. Patrick, Carriacou, Petit Martinique, and Pearls, St. Andrew. I'll come back to that in a moment. But let's go now to the phone line and have a conversation with Christian Patrick, store manager at Foodland. Mr. Patrick, thanks for joining us on our coverage. On Hurricane Beryl.
Hi, good morning.
Yes, sir. You are the store manager for Foodland Kirani James Boulevard?
One of the store managers, yes.
One of the store managers. Okay, very well. All right, so we want to get a sense of the experience among shoppers at this time. What can you tell us?
Right now, at the moment, we have a number of customers in the store. Pretty calm. They're trying to get their supplies in. So they are fluctuating. Inside the car park is around with vehicles. So we are seeing customers getting in terms of getting their supplies ready in preparation for the hurricane coming.
I note you say the car park is quote-unquote RAM in our colloquial term.
Yes. We have seen persons, we have to, for example, in the open space car park, we have persons there that have to park outside because of the RAM and the congestion inside there.
Mm-hmm. Right. And from your observations, what are people buying up?
We are seeing the main supply. For example, we have persons, a lot of the batteries and the candles and the fast lights. They come and ask for that food stuff. Majority of them are purchasing food stuff, and those are the essentials for this time.
Okay. And Foodland, Kirani James Boulevard, this is the specific branch that is open today?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, and you open until 4, correct?
8 to 4, yes.
Okay. Is that fixed? Is it likely to be extended to an hour, given the situation at the moment with the crowds?
Again, that is based on the management decision. Again, once we see persons, the amount of crowd there is, we might extend it, but it's based on management decision when that time comes.
Okay, fair enough. All right. Okay, well, thank you. Thank you so much for bringing us up to speed with the mood at Foodland Karani James Boulevard, a bit of shopper's experience, that sort of thing. Christian?
Yes, no problem.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you.
All right. All right, so let's return now. I was talking about the activation of the National Emergency Operations Center, NEOC, will be, of course, that will happen at 12 noon today. So in a while, it's now, according to my time, 11:04 in Grenada and the rest of the Eastern Caribbean. Also, the District Emergency Operations Centers will be activated, simultaneously with the NEOC. I was saying that the District Emergency Operations Centers are located at Black Bay St. John, River Sally St. Patrick, Carriacou, Petit Martinique, and Pearls in St. Andrew. So no doubt this is what's going to happen according to the authorities. I want to give you a sense in the meantime of the list of approved emergency shelters, and the operative word here is approved. So we want you to take note. Let's begin with St. George, relative to St. George Northeast, and of course, as the various places are mentioned, perhaps you'd want to find out which one is closest to you in the event you have to, of course, get to a shelter. That is your decision. So St. George Northeast, New Hampshire Community Center, New Hampshire Methodist Center, Constantine Methodist School, New Hampshire Faith Church, St. Mary's Junior School, Boca Secondary School, Our Lady Help of Christians Catholic School, that's specifically in Bolio, Nativity Catholic School at Vendam Bolio SDA Church, and Ebenezer Learning Center. So the list there of approved hurricane shelters in the constituency of St. George Northeast. Okay, let's go to the tongue of St. George, the Anglican High School, Grenada Boys Secondary School, St. Joseph's Convent St. George's, J.W. Fletcher Catholic Secondary School, Presentation Brothers College, St. George's Anglican Junior School, ground floor, because you know St. George's Anglican has two divisions. There's the junior division, there's the senior division, but specifically the ground floor is being used. Okay, so take note of that. St. George's Anglican Junior School, specifically the ground floor. So that's the junior school, of course, like I mentioned. St. George's SDA School and Church, right? So the tongue of St. George. Let's go now to St. George South, Calais Government School, Grandens Baptist Church, South St. George Government School at Springs, Woburn Methodist School, and Montu SDA Church. We can move on to St. George Southeast and tell you the list of approved shelters are Bethel Methodist Church Hall, Marian Prototype Shelter, St. Paul's Government School, Springs Open Bible Church, St. Joseph's Catholic School at Montgelou. So there you go for St. George Southeast. We can move now to St. George Northwest. Happy Hill Secondary School, Uganda Martyrs Catholic School, that's in Happy Hill, Montmoritz Community Center, Montmoritz SDA Church, Montmoritz Anglican School, Fontenoy Community Center, and Grand Mall SDA Church. St. John Montgranby SDA Church, Concord SDA Church, New Life Organization Nulo at Palmis, St. Rose Modern Secondary School, St. Peter's Catholic School, St. John's Christian Secondary School, Maran Development Center, Guave Mini Stadium, Kenroy Government School, Concord Government School. All right, that Guave Mini Stadium, I take it they referred to Cuthbert Peters Park. Okay, we can go now to St. Mark Fellowship New Testament Church, St. Mark Secondary School, Union Community Complex. All right, so relative to St. Mark. We can tell you now relative to St. Patrick, specifically St. Patrick West, MacDonald College, St. Patrick's Anglican School, and Chantamel Community Center. St. Patrick East, Hermitage Government School, Snell Hall SDA Church and Preschool, Rose Hill SDA Church, Rose Hill Development Center, Mount Rose SDA Church, Mount Rose Preschool, River Sally SDA Church, Samaritan Presbyterian School, and River Sally Community Center. Let's cross now to St. Andrew, specifically St. Andrew Southeast, Mamacan Resource Center, Telescope Primary School, Subies SDA Church, and St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary School, SAS. St. Andrew Southwest, Holy Cross Catholic School in Munich, Holy Innocent Anglican School, St. Andrew's Catholic School, St. Joseph's Convent Grenville, Birch Grove New Testament Church, Union Community Center, Ford Preschool, Granborough Community Center, Harford Village Community Center, St. Martin de Porres Catholic Primary School at Crowshoe, and Crowshoe Multipurpose Center. St. Andrew Northeast, Bel Air Government School, Pearls Community Center, Moya SDA Church, and the Sacred Heart Catholic School at Tivoli. St. Andrew Northwest, St. Mary's Catholic School at La Follette, Mirabeau Pentecostal Church, Mirabeau SDA Church, Paraclete Government School, Paradise SDA Church, Maranatha Church at yes, Maranatha Church, correct. Also, La Poterie SDA Church and Monlong Pentecostal Campsite. We have two other places, well, relative to the parish of St. David. We have to tell you about St. David South. We'll also tell you about St. David North. As it concerns St. David South, Westerhall Secondary School, Corinth Government School, St. Dominic's Catholic School at Penmata, St. Teresa's Catholic School in Vincennes, School for the Deaf, and Berrott Community Center. And we can tell you now, relative to St. David North, St. David's Catholic School, St. Joseph Catholic School at Pomrose, and Belle Isle Community Center. So there you go, the list of approved hurricane shelters released by the National Disaster Management Agency, NADMA. Oh, I just have to bring you two others. Well, my colleague Roll Patterson mentioned those in Carriacou, Petit Martinique, but if you're just tuning in, forgive me, let's talk Carriacou for the time being, and we'll go over to Petit Martinique right after. So to remind you of Carriacou, Bogles Community Center, Harveyville Government School, Hillsborough Government School, Glad Tidings Church, Dover Government School, Mount Pleasant Community School, Mount Pleasant Government School, Harveyville Community Center, and Hillsborough Secondary School. And concerning Petit Martinique, St. Thomas Aquinas Catholic School, Petit Martinique, of course, and Petit Martinique RC Church. All right, so that's the complete list. From time to time, I'm quite sure throughout the broadcast, we will remind you of the various shelters. So this is coming in to me at this time from my producer, live update at 12 noon. You can join the Government Information Service from 12 noon for an update by Prime Minister and Minister for Disaster Management, Deacon Mitchell, on government's response to Hurricane Beryl. So take note of that. There's going to be a live briefing on the Government Information Service from 12 noon. So, of course, that will involve Prime Minister and Minister for Disaster Management, Deacon Mitchell, and he will outline government's response to Hurricane Beryl. I can tell you, too, that yesterday during that press conference, he was asked by one of my media colleagues about the possible decision relative to work and school on Monday. And he promised to make an official pronouncement on work today. So the nation will know what is going to happen relative to work on Monday. But he hinted, in no uncertain terms really, that school is going to be off, because you can well imagine that a lot of our schools are in fact designated as hurricane shelters. So no doubt they have to serve their purpose. So quite literally, school will not be in session given what is to happen with these shelters. All right, so there you go. It's now 11:14 in Grenada and the rest of the Eastern Caribbean. This is GBN's live coverage. Eye on Hurricane Beryl. We will continue to bring you the very latest information as and when we get it here at the Grenada Broadcasting Network. We are going to be on air, GBN TV, K105 FM, all our platforms, Facebook page, YouTube channel, throughout the day. My colleagues, of course, will be on shift, so we will be taking you throughout the afternoon, all day, quite literally, relative to information as and when we get it. All right. Once I get another heads up on another conversation via phone, we will bring it to you. But no doubt, the word right now is to be vigilant, is to stay in the loop as best you can, follow the reports being issued by the National Disaster Management Agency, and be in the loop. And to remind you that yesterday during the press conference, it was announced by the National Disaster Coordinator, Terence Walters, that Nawassa will turn off the water supply at 9 p.m. And you could well imagine the authorities' decision, because the systems will have to be preserved so that they can be up and running, all things being equal, after Beryl. But no doubt we will keep you in the loop. So at this time you should be storing water, clean water for drinking and other purposes. So take note relative to that. We have to take a break here at GBN. We will continue our coverage in a moment. I'm Kenroy, Baptiste.
My name is Amanda, and I smoked while I was pregnant. My baby was born 2 months early and weighed only 3 pounds. This is the view I had of her in the NICU. My tip to you is speak into the opening so your baby can hear you better.
This guy was driving way over the speed limit. Look at the damage. This guy was going a lot over the speed limit. Look at the damage. This guy was going a little over the speed limit. Look at the damage.
One, two, three.
outside, guys.
Are you excited to see your brother?
Billy forgot his keys again.
I'll get it.
Man, we're here this afternoon to inform you that Billy's been involved in a motor vehicle collision and he is since passed.
Distracted driving is a deadly decision.
Your conflict in a different way. Choose peace and love instead of all bloodshed. Leave and land device. You see the violence thing.
Make the change.
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 Make a change.
Make the change.
Make the change.
End the gun violence now.
Just please give life a chance. Let's stop the violence. Oh.
Who are you sharing your secondhand smoke with?
In a world where food travels thousands of miles before reaching our plates, ensuring safety is paramount. Join us on a journey from port to table as we explore the process and entities in place to safeguard our food. At the heart of their work lies a commitment to ensure safe food reaches retailers and consumers. Port health officers work closely with customs officials, agents, and other authorities to protect and strengthen responses. Every day, millions of tons of food products are transported across oceans, making their way to ports around the world. But in the global trade of food, ensuring safety is paramount. This is where port health officers play a crucial role.
Food safety begins at the St. George's Seaport here in Bermuda. We, the environmental health officers, inspect every food container that arrives in the state of Bermuda. We check for compliance of international health regulations and standards.
Our goal is to prevent contaminated and adulterated food from getting into the market. This doesn't only protect the consumer, but also safeguard public health.
As a port health officer, when inspecting the container, we do temperature control. We also check for rust, dent, damage, and labeling. After the food is inspected by the environmental health officers, we issue what we call a wholesome food certificate to the consignee, which allows the food items to leave the port. Without that wholesome food certificate, the food item would not be allowed to leave the port by the police. As port health officers, we take food safety serious to ensure our consumers receive quality products.
We use a visual inspection, sampling, laboratory analysis to ensure the safety of food products. This includes testing for potential hazards.
Safety
The Grenada Bureau of Standards is the national regulatory body with the responsibility for the development and promotion of standards to ensure the quality of goods and services used in Grenada. Through the Technical Services Division, we monitor items being imported to ensure they meet the specifications outlined in the technical regulations. We also work along with other border agencies like the Ministry of Health by providing support services such as laboratory analyses.
In an interconnected world where food travels across continents, our port health officers here in Grenada are a critical safeguard for public health and safety. Through their diligence and dedication, these officers ensure that our food supply remains safe and secure from port to plate.
Welcome back to our live coverage, Eye on Hurricane Beryl. We can continue the conversation via phone. Let's cross to St. Vincent and the Grenadines and have a conversation there with Calvin Harry. He's the Assistant General Manager, Assistant General Manager, NBC Radio. All right, Calvin Harry, thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Kenroy, and good morning to you. Good morning to our friends across the pond in Grenada.
Yes, thank you very much. So we want to get a sense of the goings-on in SVG at the moment. I know the Prime Minister held a press conference, but tell us a bit of the specifics. What's going on there ahead of Beryl, which will make landfall?
Well, Kenroy, the process is a pretty intricate one when it comes to communicating issues such as this, and when it comes to a national concern such as the approach of a hurricane, and in this case a major hurricane. The Prime Minister, as you rightly mentioned, just concluded, as a matter of fact, I'm at the station right now, and he's still in the building, just concluded a press conference, or more of a media address, to give some updates as to what is expected, what the information he's been given from the official sources as to what we can expect. And I can tell you off the bat that the Agad International Airport, or Loan International Airport, will be closed at 6 o'clock today. In addition to that, all the shelters will be officially opened at 6 o'clock today, as well as 6 p.m. He made an appeal especially for those who are having events, and it is the 2 weeks that we celebrate Carnival on a yearly basis. We started with the very first show on Friday night, and over the next few days there are events lined up. However, he advised the promoters and the organizers to put all of these events on hold for now, at least those that were scheduled for today and tomorrow, so that we do not have a case where patrons are out there and putting themselves in danger of what's approaching. What was reported as well, all businesses and government offices except for essential services will be closed tomorrow, Monday. And he shared the word from the Met Office through National Hurricane Center that it predicted that Beryl will intensify even further than it has already, and be crossing all paths on around mid-morning tomorrow. So that is the latest information that was released there. The Prime Minister also made a special appeal for Vincentians to look out for their neighbours, the elderly, children, vulnerable, ensure that they're safe, and those who require assistance in getting to shelters, that they do that as well. The stocking up of food and water for at least 7 days, because he also made mention that there's another system behind Beryl that may also affect our part of the world in a few days' time. So those are some of the major issues that he touched on during his presentation, which concluded within the last half an hour.
Calvin Harry, do you get a sense that Vincentians are in fact taking the report seriously?
Well, Well, yes, indeed. I know sometimes, unlike other countries in the region, we tend to say we'll pray about it, and we're hoping for the best, and we pray that it will go away. But I think for the most part, the intentions have been taking stock of the brevity of the situation, what's happened, the gravity rather of the situation, and what's happening around them. The supermarkets were asked to remain open for longer periods, and they've done that, and supermarkets have been packed pretty much between yesterday afternoon and the last time I checked this morning. The gas stations have been asked to do the same in opening if they're not usually open on a Sunday, or extending their hours. And we're seeing Vincentians ensuring that they have that, their fuel and their food supplies, etc. So for the most part, we can say that they are taking heed and they are understanding at this point the seriousness of this situation.
Okay. Has a formal announcement been made relative to work and school?
Yes. Well, schools will default remain out, as businesses as well are also closed tomorrow. Only essential services, the Prime Minister stated in wrapping up his address, are required to be out tomorrow. So all businesses will remain closed, and that would include schools. I believe the Ministry of Education will also address that individually. But the issue is that all of these places and business places will remain, including government offices, will remain open, save and except for the essential services, of course, or NEMO, and officials from NEMO will be working around the clock at the EOC, the Emergency Operations Center, which will be activated fully by later today. It's already active and functioning, but a full activation will be done later this evening to get all of the stakeholders in one space to ensure that we weather the storm and update the nation.
Yes. Just give us, though, your observation of the weather at this time, that preliminary assessment of it.
Well, this morning it was very, very breezy. We had a few isolated showers around Kingstown this morning. Looking onto the seas, it already looks a little unsettled. We are told that some of the ferries that transit between the Grenadine Islands, that they've already moved their boats. I was told that they've moved mostly south towards where you are in Grenada and further south, trying to have a safe shelter for their ferries and their boats. But the seas are already rough from one report I got, and we expect that it will get worse over the next 12 hours or so, progressively worse. But this time it's actually sunny on the outside in Kingstown. A few clouds, but nothing to give an indication as to the impending system that's right on our doorstep.
Okay, all right. We leave things there for now. I'm quite sure we will reconnect with you possibly as time elapses. Thank you, Colvin Harry, Assistant General Manager at NBC Radio in St. Vincent. So that's the picture there in SVG. Of course, SVG in the middle of Carnival weekend. So there have been, of course, some pronouncements on the way forward, because Carnival is in the midst of it all. They've been advised to hold off events. Promoters specifically have been advised to hold off events given the situation at hand. All right, so we can bring you the 11 a.m. advisory coming in to us. Right? And I want to preface by saying the advisory is usually sectionized. It really gives you a perspective on what to expect on various levels. But I want to let you know that according to the 11 a.m. advisory, very dangerous major hurricane Beryl still strengthening. And I have to say, from Saturday, the authorities have been using various terms. For example, I remember it started with major hurricane forecast. Now, we're seeing all the way to very dangerous. So there was major hurricane, it moved to dangerous hurricane, and now an extra word has been added, very, very dangerous major hurricane Beryl still strengthening as it approaches the Windward Islands. Life-threatening winds and storm surge expected early Monday morning. All right, so let's get to the specifics as the information comes in to us. Okay, location. Because this is coming in, like I mentioned, we've not received, I should preface by saying this here, we have not received the very latest from the National Disaster Management Agency. But I have to say the National Hurricane Center has been reporting information which has also been reflected by NADMA. And so in my possession is the 11 a.m. advisory coming in from the National Hurricane Center in Miami, because we were yet, of course, to receive that 11 a.m. advisory from NADMA. But what I can tell you, the authorities there are saying relative to the location of Beryl, 10.7 degrees north latitude, 54.9 degrees west longitude, about 355 miles or 570 kilometers east-southeast of Barbados. Also about 470 miles or 755 kilometers east of Grenada. Maximum sustained winds 120 miles per hour. The previous advisory was saying the maximum sustained winds were placed at 115 miles per hour. Now we're seeing that that has since increased to 120 miles per hour or 195 kilometers per hour. The present movement of Beryl, it's moving west or 275 degrees at 21 miles per hour, 33 kilometers per hour. Yeah, in other words, minimum central pressure, we can tell you 964 millibars, or 28.47 inches. Okay, so Grenada and its dependencies, Carriacou and Petite Martinique, remain on hurricane warning at this time. Likewise, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and Tobago. Tobago, in fact, has been upgraded in recent time. We can tell you, too, that a hurricane warning means that the hurricane conditions are expected somewhere within the warning area. Preparations to protect life and property should be rushed to completion. Okay, so take note of that. We can tell you, too, that at 11 a.m., the eye of Hurricane Beryl was located near latitude, like I mentioned earlier, 10.7 degrees north latitude, latitude 10.7 degrees north, longitude 54.9 degrees west, like I mentioned. But there's some new information I want to get to you. A continued quick westward to west-northwestward motion is expected during the next few days. And we can mention here now that on the current forecast track, the center of Beryl is expected to move across the Windward Islands Monday morning and across the southeastern and central Caribbean Sea late Monday through Wednesday. Okay, so take note of what's been reported. Like I mentioned, maximum sustained winds have increased to near 120 miles per hour. Beryl is a Category 3 hurricane at this time. Okay, and Category 3 on the Saffir-Simpson hurricane wind scale. Okay, of course, when they look at the maximum sustained winds, that corresponds with Category 3 status on the Saffir-Simpson hurricane wind scale. Some additional strengthening is forecast through tonight, and Beryl is expected to become an quote-unquote extremely dangerous Category 4 hurricane before it reaches the Windward Islands. So that's being forecast. Beryl is currently Category 3, but according to weather experts, the system is expected to become an extremely dangerous Category 4 hurricane before it reaches the Windward Islands on Monday. Hurricane force winds extend outward up to 30 miles or 45 kilometers from the center, and tropical storm force winds extend outward up to 115 miles miles or 185 kilometers. The minimum central pressure, based on data from the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, NOAA, in Miami, and an Air Force Hurricane Hunter is saying 964 millibars or 28.47 inches. So giving you a sense of what's going on relative to Hurricane Beryl. I want to tell you too, relative to the expected hazards affecting land, key messages for Beryl. Well, let's get to the wind specifically. Relative to hazards now affecting land, relative to wind, hurricane conditions are expected in the hurricane warning area beginning early Monday morning. Potentially catastrophic and wind damage is expected where the eye wall of Beryl moves through portions of the Windward Islands, with the highest risk of the core in St. Vincent and the Grenadines and Grenada. So I'll take that line once more. Hurricane conditions are expected in the hurricane warning area beginning early Monday morning. Potentially catastrophic wind damage is expected where the eye wall of Beryl moves through portions of the Windward Islands, with the highest risk of the core in St. Vincent and the Grenadines and Grenada. Wind speeds at top and on the windward sides of hills and mountains are often up to 30% stronger than the near surface winds indicated in this advisory, and in some elevated locations could be even greater. Tropical storm conditions are expected in the tropical storm warning area starting late tonight, making outside preparations difficult or dangerous. Tropical storm conditions are possible within the watch area starting late tonight. As it relates to storm surge, a life-threatening storm surge will raise water levels, the authorities say, by as much as 6 to 9 feet above normal tide levels in areas of onshore flow near where the eye makes landfall in the hurricane warning area. Near the coast now, the surge will be accompanied by large and destructive waves. So that's a sense what the wind is going to cause. I want to give you a sense of what rainfall can be expected. Rainfall, Hurricane Beryl is expected to produce rainfall totals of 3 to 6 inches across Barbados and the Windward Islands through Monday. Localized maximum of 10 inches is possible. At the moment, especially in the Grenadines. This rainfall may cause flash flooding in vulnerable areas. So there you go for rainfall. But I want to bring you up to speed with surf. Large swells, according to authorities, generated by Beryl are expected across Windward and southern Leeward Islands during the next couple of days. These swells are expected to cause life-threatening surf and rip current conditions. So you're being asked to follow your local authority, in this case the National Disaster Management Agency. Of course, the agency is being fed with information by the Met Office at Maurice Bishop International Airport. It is also going to be informing the nation from its perspective on preparations and so on ahead of Beryl. So there you go. At this time, the very latest advisory, 11 a.m. advisory on Hurricane Beryl. It is at present a Category 3 hurricane, but it's projected to be a Category 4 before it reaches the Windward Islands on Monday. Reminding you, there's going to be a briefing with Prime Minister Deacon Mitchell. Of course, he is the Prime Minister and Minister for Disaster Management. He's going to have a briefing at NADMA at 12 noon. Once it gets on the way, we will bring it to you here on GBN. Stay with us. We take a break. More to come. It's 11:42 in Grenada and the rest of the Eastern Caribbean.
I'm Audrey Jackson.
I'm Greg Jackson.
On February 19th at 4 a.m., a gun was used to take my son from me. You know him as Pop Smoke. We call him Shar. Because of gun violence, I'll never see my son run up the front of our steps, taking them 2 at a time. He won't ever take my hands again and dance with me. He won't come into my room and muscle pose in the mirror. Gun violence destroys families. It must stop.
Diabetes now is so prevalent that if we're not careful, we might be one of the last generations to live longer than our parents and grandparents because it's shortening our lifespan.
Learn about prevention, how it is treated, and how we can live with diabetes in our communities. Join us on Caribbean Medical TV on this station.
Up in the 7 4 7 to the West Indies. Grenade and mass no mass like this. No mass like this. Jumping up in the 7 4 7 to the West Indies. Grenade and mass no mass.
Thursday afternoon in a 60 zone. This 34-year-old motorcyclist was on his way home. It's our job to work out why he never got there. The rider broke his neck on impact here, having crashed into this car that was turning right. By analysing the impact, we know he hit the car at 30 kilometres per hour. And these marks on the road tell us that he skidded for 21 metres, having braked hard here. When he first reacted, he was doing 68. But let's change one small thing. At 60, the driver would have had more chance to see him properly. He'd have stayed in control and reached this point a moment later. The car would have cleared his path and he'd be home by now. You decide on your speed. The physics decides whether you live or die.
Hello again, I'm Kenroy Baptiste here at the Grenada Broadcasting Network. We continue a live coverage, Eye on Hurricane Beryl. We in fact want to invite viewers and listeners to call in and share their experiences at the moment, wherever they are on island. At this time, tell us what it is like in your areas. We are going to accommodate you at this time live on the air. The number is 440-1252, so feel free to give us a call. Let's have the conversations. 440-1252. You are welcome to call. And reminding you that we are going to be joining the Prime Minister's session at 12 noon. All right, we have a call online.
Good afternoon.
Yes, sir. Where are you calling us from?
Mongozo area.
Mongozo. Okay, so that's in St. Mongazo, you say?
Yeah.
Okay, so Mongazo. Okay, that's in St. David.
Yes.
All right, so tell us what's going on in your area.
My area, Kara 32.
Can you lower the volume on your radio or TV before you proceed? We need you to lower the volume on your radio or TV. We're getting a feedback, so do so and then you can proceed. Okay.
Hello?
Yes. All right, callers. Yeah. Go ahead now. You're calling from Mongazo. What's going on there?
My area, my response is...
Okay, so feel free to return, feel free to call back, but we have to move on at this time. The audio is not clear, and so we want the audio to be clear so that listeners and viewers can get an appreciation of the picture he's going to paint and to get understanding, of course, of what he's about to say. All right? 440-1252, give us a call. We want to know what's going on in your area, wherever you are on island. Give us a sense of the goings on there. We are accommodating you on air at this time. 440-1252. We have a caller online. Hello to you. Welcome to live coverage. Mongazo, go ahead.
Yeah, my point is I got all shelter for all different communities. Only Mongozo area has our shelter and Lafayette area because we there like we nobody area. Because according to the Prime Minister, he go check that for us too. Mongozo is a big area. Everybody say Mongozo. Can't you say Mongozo on the St. Paul's school or the St. Paul's by Pastor Simon Church and Pastor Spring Church. So we wonder, what we come out to Mongozo say, you want to Mongozo have nobody. They mention Mongozo area, they mention La Femme area. That's a very two biggest area inside there because everybody is one way out into Mongozo. It's two way out. The other one by the station and one also by the gas station. And La Femme now is two way. One from by country code, next year from by Beaton. So I wonder, what is the best thing what we have to come out of anything coming? What we will faster to come out.
Okay. So caller, when you say they have not mentioned, you're talking about the list of emergency shelters given your area?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So have you though decided, but which one is closest to you though, based on where you are right now? Because St. David's South, West Hall Secondary School, Corinth Government School, St. Dominic's Catholic School at Penmata, St. Teresa's Catholic School, Vincennes, School for the Deaf, and Beryl Community Center. And of course, St. David North, St. David's Catholic School, St. Joseph's Catholic School, Palm Rose, and Belle Isle Community Center. Which of the centers is nearest to you?
None.
None.
None area closer for me because Mongo's area. So I leave Mongo's down all by the school. So next one, I leave Mongo's down to St. Paul's Government School. because the Mongols are not Vincent. Come on. We Mongols
easy
people
access.
have nobody. The Prime Minister so know that Mongozo is a big area, St. David is a big area too. He so get space to put. A height of Mongozo.
Okay, so you were hoping there would be a shelter which is closer to Mongazo, correct?
But you have a shelter in the Mongozo area.
What did you say? Could you repeat that expression?
You don't have no. So I already said,
so I'm saying you were hoping that there would have been a shelter closer to.
No, sir.
Okay, but I understand what you're saying, because you're looking based on the shelters outlined for St. David South and St. David North. You are not seeing any shelter which is very much close to Mongazo. That's what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So you're disappointed, in other words?
Yeah, and our FM area too. So our FM people that come by country so on their shelter. Come on. Our next area too.
All right. All right. Well, thank you, sir.
I'm checking.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. The other thing, and feel free to call 440-1252, relative to the approved list of shelters, what I do know, based on my preliminary conversations with officials, residents may see a building in their communities, for example, and may think that that building is ideal to be a shelter because perhaps it's easily accessible, but perhaps, of course, it isn't, because I'm quite sure there are requirements which the authorities use to determine which shelter is appropriate, which shelter is indeed going to be approved. So, but I will do some finding out when I get off the air, with NADMA, and I will report on air. If I'm not here during that period, my other colleagues will give an update. I will pass the information on. All right, so before we go back to the line, I can give you, my producer just handed to me this information. Life-threatening winds and storm surge expected in the Windward Islands beginning early Monday morning. We can tell you that NOAA, and NOAA stands for National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. They, of course, run the National Hurricane Center in Miami. So NOAA and Air Force Reserve Hurricane Hunter aircraft data indicate that Beryl has strengthened to an extremely dangerous Category 4 hurricane. The maximum sustained winds are estimated to be at 130 miles per hour. So again, we're seeing an increase in the maximum sustained winds. Previously, the maximum sustained winds were set at 120 miles per hour. We've seen now an increase. It's now 130 miles per hour, and that lines up perfectly with the Saffir-Simpson hurricane wind scale, of course, making it a Category 4 hurricane. All right, so the maximum sustained winds are estimated to be 130 miles per hour or 215 kilometers per hour with higher gusts. Okay, we can tell you too, relative to the location, 10.8 degrees north latitude, 54.9 degrees west longitude. Now, Grenada's location is 12 degrees north latitude and 61 degrees west longitude. So you can literally see the movement, how things are happening. Beryl is really on a trajectory to head to the, of course, well, it's headed to the Windward Islands quite literally, so it remains on that trajectory. We can tell you too that Beryl is 350 miles or 565 kilometers east-southeast of Barbados, or not all, but about 460 miles or 740 kilometers east of Grenada. So that gives you a sense of the positioning at this time. And like I mentioned, maximum sustained winds 130 miles per hour. Present movement of Beryl, the system is moving west or 275 degrees at 21 miles per hour or 33 kilometers per hour. The minimum central pressure is 962 millibars or 28.41 inches. So there you go. That's what's going on. So the system at present, Category 4 hurricane. And the authorities are saying, quote, an extremely dangerous Category 4 hurricane because the maximum sustained winds have again increased. And at present, the maximum sustained winds are at 130 miles per hour with higher gusts. All right, let's go back to the phone line, 440-1252. Feel free to give us a call. Let us know what's going on in your area. Perhaps you can tell us how you are preparing relative to your family. You know, we have been encouraged by NADMA to have our disaster kit on hand. That kit is supposed to contain some very critical supplies. So give us a sense of your own preparations. Give us a sense of what you've been observing in your community, in your area. Let us know what's going on. Call online. Caller, welcome.
Hi, I'm calling to find out one thing.
Go ahead.
They say my water will be taking water tonight at 9.
Correct.
And we have no water in the area, and I'm trying to get some water to fill up.
Okay, and
so I was wondering what's happening.
What is your area, you say?
Tempe.
Oh, Tempe. Okay. You're calling from Tempe. Right. I understand what you're saying because in fact, NADMA has been saying to the public, the water will be turned off at 9, so store up. But in order to store up, you must have water. So I totally understand what you're talking about.
I am trying to see if I get some water, and I'm not getting, although I have a 2 bottles stored, but I need some more water because a big family I have.
What's the number in your family?
Pardon me?
What is the number? How many individuals in your family?
About 8 of us.
Okay. Right.
And I don't have sufficient water. I was trying to catch this morning, but still from morning I'm trying to catch water. I'm not getting no water.
Right.
So I'm just concerned of what's going on.
And the water you have at the moment, specifically for drinking or other uses as well?
Well, I have about 6 bottles for drinking, yes.
Okay. Okay,
I need to get some more because all my things want water, and I'm living on a hill. So
okay.
If I use the water I have for now, what I'm gonna have for tomorrow and Monday and Tuesday, and I also not letting go some water.
Yes, I totally understand you, Miss. I totally understand you.
Anyway, you keep yourself safe with your family.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
All right. Yes, because yesterday NADMA said that NADMA will turn the water supply off. Just saying. You know, so they have been advising members of the public, residents all, to store water for drinking and other purposes, but in order to do that you must have water. So I understand totally. Well, I hope officials from NADMA are taking note of the broadcast, officials from NAWASA as well, but no doubt I will make some contacts once I get off the air and address your concern with the authorities. Okay, thank you. Another call online. Caller, you are live. Welcome to our coverage.
Yes, and good morning to all.
Hello to you, caller.
I'm calling concerning the water situation. One of the points that I got that was made from the briefing is that water was going to be cut off at 9 p.m. tonight. And unfortunately, water is already gone.
You're calling from where?
I'm calling from Grand in St. Andrew.
Okay, Grand.
Now, I have to do better than that. I mean, come on, it's a whole, how many hours before we actually have to, the weather starts, and this is not right at all. Can you kindly reach out to one of the Nawasa personnel and let them come and explain or say something to us, please?
Absolutely, I will do so. In fact, I'm going to do so in just a moment. All right, thank you, caller. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Be safe. Bye.
Thank you. You too, and your family. All right, so I'm told by my producer the briefing is on, right? The Prime Minister, Minister for Disaster Management, Deacon Mitchell, it is on the Government Information Service. So we are going to cross there now to bring you the very latest on government's efforts at this time.
Another update is Mr. Gerald Taylor of the Met Office.
Well, thank you again, and good day to the listening public once again. We continue to track Hurricane Beryl, and we have with us now the latest advisory as issued by the Hurricane Center in Miami. Last position. 0.9 degrees west longitude. Let me repeat that. 10.7 north, 54.9 west. Now that puts it about 408 miles to the east-southeast of Grenada. Beryl has intensified as was forecasted. So her maximum sustained winds are now 120 miles an hour. Still moving westwards at 21 miles an hour. And the minimum pressure has fallen to 964 millibars. Now this still means that Beryl is still a Category 3 system. And more strengthening is forecasted. It is forecasted that by the time Beryl reaches our longitude, she will become a Category 4 system with estimated winds of 140 miles an hour. We can also expect from Beryl significant rainfall. And rainfall, as we mentioned, same as we mentioned earlier, 100 millimeters of rainfall, and even in some areas, as much as 200 millimeters of rainfall during the passage time. Now, what is of some more concern to us is the extent to which we are now finding the hurricane force wind and tropical force winds. And Beryl is now extending hurricane force winds up to 30 miles from the center. Okay? So from the center, 30 miles out, we are experiencing hurricane force strength wind. Now when we say hurricane force strength wind, we mean that winds greater than 75 miles an hour. Okay, so closer to the eye wall, we will have the 120 miles an hour wind speed. And tropical storm force winds now extend 115 miles from the center. Okay? So as you can tell, 115 miles, that means the entire state of Grenada, Carco and Pitimatic will fall within that radius. Yeah? So there is really no place that would not be affected. And of course, within that 115 miles, even though tropical storm force wind are expected, you will always have the gust and always have the little localized effects that may cause higher winds. So it's something that everyone has to take into consideration and not become complacent. Again, the swells associated with Beryl, as stated earlier, are expected to reach our shoreline this afternoon. 6 to 9 feet above normal swells are expected. So mariners should take the necessary precautions. We have had reports of some of the fishing communities and so are already taking the necessary precaution to move their boats to safer location. That's good to hear. We expect to start seeing the effect of Beryl. The leading edge of the cloud mass, we expect we start seeing that maybe around 8 p.m. this evening. But our area of our timeline for most intense action, we predict between 2 a.m. and 2 p.m. Yeah? So we just want to make that clear. That is our area, our timeline for most intensity. So, ladies and gentlemen, just to remember, let me go over the coordinates again. 10.8, okay, 54.9. Hurricane force, and this is the point I really want to drive home, because many times we make the mistake of thinking that the storm is a point, okay? Like the storm is over Barbados, so it wouldn't affect Grenada. But no, the storm is an area of disturbed weather. And anytime you get a coordinate, you get a coordinate for the center. Okay? So, hurricane force winds now extend 30 miles from the center. Okay? Tropical storm force winds now extend 115 miles from the center. And with its current position and its current track, Beryl should cross the Grenadine Islands early tomorrow morning. Okay? And we expect our main time frame of intense activity 2 a.m. to 2 p.m. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tema. We now move to Dr. Terence Walters of NADMA for another update.
All right, thank you very much. And just to continue, Grenada continues to be on Grenada and its dependencies continue to be on hurricane warning, and that means that we can expect the hurricane conditions within a 36-hour period. And as the Met Office just indicated, beginning this evening into tonight and tomorrow. Some of the actions that we have taken is that the National Emergency Operations Center located here at Monjulu and the District Emergency Operations Centers located at Black Bay, River Sally, Pearls, Carriacou and Petit Martinique, these have been activated along with our shelters. The National Disaster Management Agency will continue to provide regular updates to the public on the path of the storm and what we can anticipate. Our volunteers are out at the district level. We have our teams out, and they are ensuring that preparations are being put in place for the impact of Hurricane Beryl. Things that you can do is that ensure that you have your family disaster plan in place, have a supply of non-perishable food and also a supply of water to last you at least 3 days. Your disaster supplies kit, things like your radio, flashlight, your first aid kits, ensure that those are in place. And you can secure, one very important thing is that you should secure your important documents, things like your passports and IDs and other documents. Ensure that these documents are secured in a watertight bag or container, because we had, during Hurricane Ivan, many people lost their important documents. So that's one of the things that we're encouraging people to do, is to secure your important documents like your passport and IDs and insurance policies, etc. We also encourage you to check on family members and friends to ensure that they are safe, and we advise that more tips and details about the situation will be provided as the day progresses as it relates to Grenada being under hurricane warning and the approach of Hurricane Beryl. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Walters. And at this time, I'd like to invite the Prime Minister, the Honorable Deacon Mitchell, to give his presentation and remarks.
Thank you, Press Secretary. Good afternoon to the citizens of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique. I greet you well. I trust that over the last several hours, you have been paying attention to the public information being put out by NADMA, and that you are taking the appropriate measures to secure yourself, your family, and your property. I want to start by reiterating the 11 a.m. briefing which Mr. Tamer has put out. The briefing indicates that Grenada is under hurricane warning. A hurricane warning is the highest threat level that is possible. It therefore means, in simple language, that Grenada is likely to be hit within the next 24 hours by Hurricane Beryl. As I said last night, this is not a drill. We need to be calm, we need to pray, but most importantly, we need to prepare. This morning, in driving around, I saw a number of persons engaging in open entertainment type activities, seemingly with no care in the world. By 2 a.m. tomorrow morning, we are expected to face significant rainfall, significant wind, and significant storm surge. So I want to urge all of us as citizens of Grenada that we use the next 6 hours to ensure that we prepare for the hurricane. It is not a storm anymore. It is a Category 3, likely to become Category 4 hurricane. The models are indicating that, 1, we are likely to have devastating wind damage on Monday, where the eye wall of Beryl will move over the Windward Islands. One of the models indicate that it is possible that the eye of the hurricane may pass over the island of Carriacou. If that happens, it means all of Grenada, Petit Martinique, and Carriacou are going to be at the center of this hurricane. And so we need to take this seriously. 2, life-threatening storm surges are expected with water levels between 6 to 9 feet above normal tide levels in areas near onshore, should the hurricane make landfall in Grenada. It therefore means that persons who are living in low-lying areas prone to storm surge are required to evacuate this afternoon. As of midday, all the hurricane shelters throughout Petit Martinique, Carriacou, and Grenada are open. All of the shelter managers are in place. All of the district coordinators and deputy district coordinators have been mobilized. And so if there is a need for you to move, if you live in a low-lying area that is susceptible to storm surge, we urge you now, in the next 6 hours, to move to higher ground, move to family members who may live on higher ground, or move to a shelter that is nearest to you. The list of shelters are out. They've been circulated on social media. They've been circulated by the members of the media, thankfully, and so we ask you to familiarize yourself with the shelter that is closest to you. Rainfall. It is expected that up to 75 to 150 millimeters of rainfall may occur as a result of this. Mr. Tamer last night indicated that 100 millimeters of rainfall is the equivalent to rainfall that we received for the last 3 months in 24 hours. The model is predicting that we may get as much as 150 millimeters of rainfall. It therefore means that we may have significant precipitation and significant flooding. It is therefore important, again, that if you live in an area that is flood prone, that you evacuate, that you move to higher ground, move to family members who may have access to an area that does not flood, or if you have no other option, to please move into a shelter. It is not too early to move into shelters. We expect that the most severe weather will occur tonight, into the morning, and into the daytime tomorrow. It will be very difficult to move to a shelter while the storm is passing over Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique. And therefore, if you live in an area that is flood prone, if you live in an area that is susceptible to storm surges, we will urge you now to use the opportunity to move either into a shelter or to move into family members' homes who do not reside in those areas. In light of the 11 a.m. forecast and the likely impact of the storm potentially directly impacting Grenada, the Governor General will declare a state of emergency effective at 7 p.m. this evening. This state of emergency will last for initially 7 days unless earlier revoked. I'm going to repeat. In light of the 11 a.m. bulletin issued from the Hurricane Center and the Meteorology Office in Grenada and the likely impacts from the storm, we, via the Governor General, are declaring a state of emergency that will commence at 7 p.m. this evening. It will last for 7 days initially unless earlier revoked. It will be earlier revoked if we do not get a direct impact from the storm or if the damages are minimal. But in the meantime, we have no choice but to take all the necessary precautions. It therefore means, citizens of Grenada, that we should use the next 6 to 7 hours to prepare for riding out the storm. If you need to get groceries, you have the next 7 hours to do so. If you need to fill up on water, you have the next 7 hours to do so. Except for security forces, the police, prison officers, essential services workers, and other emergency personnel, after 7 p.m., no one will be expected to be on the roadways, and no one will be expected to be outside of their homes or a shelter, as the case may be. This is necessary to safeguard your life, to safeguard your limb, to safeguard our collective property and security. Electricity. RENEC will keep the power on as long as it can without endangering the lives of the citizens. So there is no set time for the disconnection of electricity. It will remain on as long as possible because we appreciate that in a situation where people are being hunkered down, we want to make you as comfortable as possible. And so electricity will only be disconnected if it becomes necessary in the interest of safety to do so. Since last night, NWASA indicated that water will be taken at 9 p.m. tonight. So again, citizens, water is perhaps the most essential ingredient during times of natural disasters. And so it is vital that we stock up as much as possible on water. Now, we have until 9 p.m. It will be cut at 9 p.m. because of the likely turbidity that will come from the heavy rainfall, and in an attempt to protect the external plant of NWASA, the water will be cut. All police officers, as of 9 a.m., have been asked to return to work, and all leave have been cancelled. The same applies to all prison officers. The prison management, in conjunction with the Royal Grenada Police Force, is working to make sure that as much as possible we can properly secure the prisoners and secure the infrastructure at the prison. And the Royal Grenada Police Force will work with the prison management to provide the necessary support that is required in relation to ensuring that we take all necessary measures to safeguard the prisoners, as well as to safeguard the prison officers who will be required to work at the prison during this difficult time. 10 police officers were assigned to the RSS to assist with the just concluded ICC T20 tournament. We have asked that they be returned to Grenada, and the RSS is currently working on making sure that they get back here as soon as possible to assist us with the necessary measures. All of the various sector groups which make up the National Emergency Advisory Council, have activated the hurricane plans, both the private sector and the public sector. And so we expect all of them over the next several hours to continue to brief their members, to continue to encourage them and to support them to make sure that they in fact activate and implement the hurricane plans. This is a time, naturally, that we all need to band together, that we all need to support each other, and all need to ensure that we act in our collective best interests. We do not control the storm, we do not control the direction it will take, we do not control the force of its winds or the amount of rainfall that it will bring. What we do have control over is how well we prepare, both before the storm, during the storm, and after the storm. As the Prime Minister of this country, I wish to advise you that the Cabinet met at 11 a.m. in an emergency Cabinet meeting. The Cabinet and the Government of Grenada will give full support to all of the sectors that are required to make sure that during this difficult period that we stay safe, that we stay secure, and that we come out of this episode stronger and more united. The CARICOM meeting, which was scheduled to be held in Grenada this week, has been cancelled. My colleagues and I within the region are in regular contact. As you may be aware, St. Vincent, like Grenada, is on the hurricane warning, and so we are continuing to communicate with all of the regional bodies throughout the region to make sure that we provide the necessary support, that we provide the necessary communication that is required to make sure that all of us can help each other at this difficult time. So again, I want to conclude by asking us to remain prayerful, to prepare, to take this seriously, and to make sure that we do everything that we can to protect our lives, to protect our limbs, and to protect our property. We will continue to provide information as much as possible in a timely manner. As indicated from last night, we will do so every 3 hours. Should there be any need to have any additional briefings within the 3-hour period, we will do so. The Operations Center is fully activated. The communication team is fully activated. We thank the members of the media who have been supportive thus far and who have been assisting in disseminating accurate information and who have been encouraging members of the public to take this seriously and to prepare. We ask the media to continue doing so. There is no need to panic. There is no need to worry simply because panicking and worrying does not change the trajectory of the storm. We need to prepare. By preparing, we can give ourselves some comfort. We can certainly pray and ask God for His mercies at this time. And again, I assure you that we are committed to ensuring that we do everything that is possible to keep the nation safe. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister. And of course, the watchword is prepare. We are here at the Emergency Center at NADMA, brought to you from GIS. We're going to continue with the live updates, and we thank you, and we really want to urge that you prepare, continue to prepare. At 7 p.m., we will be in a state of emergency, so please take note, and we will see you back here for more updates.
Diabetes now is so prevalent that if we're not careful, we might be one of the last generations to live longer than our parents and grandparents because it's shortening our lifespan.
Learn about prevention, how it is treated, and how we can live with diabetes in our communities. Join us on Caribbean Medical TV on this station.
Jumping up in the 7 piece, 47 to the West Indies, Grenada, Thursday afternoon in a 60 zone. This 34-year-old motorcyclist was on his way home. It's our job to work out why he never got there. The rider broke his neck on impact here, having crashed into this car that was turning right. By analysing the impact, we know he hit the car at 30 kilometres per hour, and these marks on the road tell us that he skidded for 21 metres, having braked hard here. When he first reacted, he was doing 68. But let's change one small thing. At 60, the driver would have had more chance to see him properly. He'd have stayed in control and reached this point a moment later. The car would have cleared his path and he'd be home by now. You decide on your speed. The physics decides whether you live or die.
Welcome back. It's 12:31 in Grenada and the rest of the Eastern Caribbean. We continue our live coverage here at GBN on Hurricane Beryl. All right, so our roving team conducted an interview with Narissa Celestine James, who's part of NADMA's shelter management team. This is what she had to say.
Well, we have been listening to official public announcements and so on, and we're guided by that. So during the day on yesterday, a lot of preparations were made in terms of securing the home, ensuring that proper documents are put away. That is one of my greatest concerns, and everything to do that is possible to ensure the safety of my family. Here, I'm here now. Our school is a shelter, and I just wanted to make sure that everything is in order, just in case the hurricane do touch down on our show, God forbid. But that the people who are going to utilize the shelter are comfortable as far as possible.
Oh, that's good. So you based on your knowledge of the village, you're expecting a lot of people there?
Yes, we do have in the immediate vicinity our school, Happy Secondary, as well as a primary school. It's also a shelter. But when you look at the demographics and the number of people in the various communities, and not just Happy Hill, but the neighboring communities, we believe that there may be a high probability that a lot of persons will turn out to utilize the shelter.
Just a question on that though. Would there be some type of coordination on the ground, like someone assigning persons to place? Because I mean, you would really don't want any and everybody in the same room. You want to protect. Sometimes you want to split the genders. You want to protect certain age. Families stick together. Is there someone that's going to be the coordinating that whole process? So
we have our own internal arrangement. For instance, there is a shelter manager who is tasked with ensuring that the necessary arrangements are made in terms of housing and so on. We also have teachers who live in the immediate vicinity who are there and will be able to lend some assistance. We have thank God for that, we have a 24-hour walking security team, so they too will be assisting just to lend some assistance to ensure that everything is okay. So I feel comfortable in terms of the internal arrangements that we've made to ensure the proper functioning and secure functioning of the shelter.
All right, ma'am, so is there a time that you guys start accepting people, or people come anytime they want?
According to the national guidelines, the shelters are open at 12. We're already open. We'll just make sure that the toilets, everything functioning, and all the classrooms are open and so on. But officially, so people can come in now from any time, but officially it's from 12. The thing is, we're not sure what may happen. We can only be guided by the national guidelines and so on. But I just want to urge people to pray. Ask for God's intervention, ask for God's mercies that He protect us, and do whatever that is necessary to ensure the safety of your families and yourselves. Well, we have been listening
Narissa
to
Celestine James talking there. She was in Happy Hill at the time of being interviewed. Right, so earlier we saw a press conference. We also heard the expressions from the officials at the National Disaster Management Agency and the Met Office. And so I want to give you a sense of some of the thoughts shared during that press conference. And once we complete that duty, we return to the phone line to entertain other callers on their experiences, on their observations so far, wherever they are on island. So one of the things mentioned during the press conference by Gerard Tamer, who represented the Met Office at Maurice Bishop International Airport, he said that between 2 a.m. and 2 p.m. on Monday, the most concerned period for Beryl will literally take shape, in other words. So between 2 a.m. and 2 p.m., right, that period would be the most concerned period concerning Beryl, in other words. So that is important because it gives you a heads up on the activities to expect within that period. He also said that Beryl has a perfectly, according to him, defined eye and central system, which makes it easier to track. So that's some good news. been able to track Beryl because its eye is quote-unquote perfectly defined, as well as its central system. So that's a bit of good news there. He went on to say that Beryl will pass closer to Grenada. So I think the operative word here, closer, because previous projections mention a different kind of direction. Yes, close to Grenada, but now the authorities are saying closer. So no doubt things have been projected very different at this time. We can tell you too that according to Gerard Tamer, Grenada will not be spared a direct hit. Yeah, in his words, Grenada will not be spared a direct hit. Again, previously, the understanding was the system will pass more to the north of the island, so perhaps in Patrick, Carriacou, Petit Martinique, these areas, more the north of the island. But now we're hearing that all of Grenada, in fact, will be affected, because Beryl is going to be passing closer to Grenada. This is very important to take note of now. The forecaster said tropical storm force winds extend 80 miles from the center. So, like I mentioned, all of Grenada will be affected with winds up to 45 miles per hour. So that's a very important detail there, because tropical storm force winds, they determine a lot the impact of a system on land. So according to him, tropical storm force winds extend 80 miles from the center. So all of Grenada, not just the north of the island, but all of Grenada will be affected with winds up to 45 miles per hour. And the other thing I want to get across to you, he mentioned that the cloudiness associated with Beryl is very well organized. In fact, he said there is a major spiral band with Beryl, which can produce a lot of rainfall. Well, authorities have been saying that from the get-go, 3 to 6 inches of rainfall. So no doubt we can be very much in the loop with what's going to happen. And of course, once you talk a lot of rainfall, you're talking the possibility of landslides. You're talking low-lying areas being prone to some difficulty. What was not mentioned, though, at the level of NADMA, perhaps it may be stated later on, but during that press conference, no mention was made about any sort of mandatory evacuation order for low-lying areas. We don't know at this time if it's going to be ordered, but during the press conference, no such information was divulged, because, of course, there are several low-lying areas throughout the state of Grenada. What comes to mind? Soubise, St. Andrew, Marquis, St. Andrew. These residents are in areas which are very much prone to flooding. But no doubt we will keep you in the loop, and once we get that sort of order, mandatory evacuation, perhaps we will get it across to you, and you will be in the loop if you are in fact in a low-lying area, because you would need to move to higher ground, that sort of thing. Right? So take note of that. One other thing, just a reminder, he said swells will reach Grenada's shorelines this afternoon. Swells. Okay, so again, people in the marine community, for example, fishermen, please take note. But I have to give them credit, because we've been having reports that fishermen have been very proactive. They have been coming inland, they have been securing their boats, they have been doing what's necessary to protect lives and property. So that's commendable indeed. But apart from fisher folk, we're advising other residents to be mindful of that announcement. Swells will reach Grenada's shorelines this afternoon. So you'd want to adhere to that kind of information to protect yourself in that regard. Okay, so there you go. Let's return to the phone line to entertain some other callers who perhaps want to give us a sense of their observations in their areas of Grenada. Feel free to call 440-1252. We are accommodating you at this time. We want to hear your expressions. 440-1252. Our coverage continues here on GBN. Eye on Hurricane Beryl. We have a call online at the moment.
Yes. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, I just want to share my little knowledge on the hurricane. To my observation, what I prove in my community, there is a lot of wind blowing.
Where are you calling from?
And we all the time.
Where are you calling from, caller?
St. Patrick.
Okay, go ahead.
And we all the time in London. Anytime there is a hurricane, nobody coconut tree will be turning. Wakano tree will be turning, showing white. I've seen none of that sign. So I have hope that nothing will pass. Thank you.
All right. Pretty optimistic. Okay, that's good energy. At the same time, we encourage people, while you're optimistic, do not forget, though, to take the necessary precautions. But the optimism is good. That is healthy. But don't forget to take the necessary precautions in a time like this. But thank you, caller. Thank you. Thank you for expressions. All right. Do we have time to take one other call? 440-1252. That's the number, 1252. Of course, once I get off, I have to make a couple phone calls to NADMA to get some clarity on some matters. We have another caller at this time. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Kenroy.
Good afternoon, caller.
I just want to compliment this gentleman from Montreat, Mr. Johnny Francis. He came across my property in Snell Hall and he cut about 3 overhanging trees on top of my property. I'm very grateful to him because he said he could have, if the wind is raging, he could have fallen across and damaged the house right on top of my bedroom. I'm very grateful to him, and I pray God that we'll see peace in this situation. Thank you very much.
So you say his name is Johnny Francis?
Yes, from Montreat.
Okay, thank you. Yes. Thank you, sir. Johnny Francis, we salute you. That's the spirit we're talking about, looking out for your neighbors, looking out for your fellow citizens. Thank you so very much. He showed up and cut some overhanging trees for this particular resident. Very well. And we want you to do that all in the lead up. Take the necessary precautions. You know something I want to mention here? While on my way to GBN, I noticed at least, and perhaps there were other instances where that happened, but in the area I was passing through, I noticed contractors securing items on that particular site. And that's a good thing, because these objects on these construction sites can turn into flying missiles, for example, and cause destruction. So that's a good thing. We encourage that sort of thing in the lead up to Beryl making its appearance. A call online.
Yeah, can I?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
I just want to know where the hurricane shelter is for River. Which place to go?
Please repeat what you said.
For River Road. Which place to go in?
Which place are we going?
Yeah, well.
Okay, so that will have to be the tongue of St. George.
It's in school?
Right, so let me give you a sense, because given your location, River Road, I would think the tongue of St. George, for example, Anglican High School, Grenada Boys Secondary School, St. Joseph's Convent St. George's, J.W. Fletcher Catholic Secondary School, Presentation Brothers College, St. George's Anglican Junior School, specifically the ground floor. The junior school is on the ground floor, as well as St. George's SDA Church and School. So I would think one of these shelters, another school of thought may say St. George Northeast, Yeah? And when you talk St. George Northeast, you're talking New Hampshire Community Center, although it's a bit far off, compared to shelters, emergency shelters in the tongue of St. George. But just to give you a sense of St. George Northeast, the emergency shelters there, which have been approved: New Hampshire Community Center, New Hampshire Methodist Center, Constantine Methodist School, New Hampshire Faith Church, St. Mary's Junior School, Boca Secondary School, Our Lady Help of Christians Catholic School at Bolio, Nativity Catholic School at Vendam, Bolio SDA Church, and Ebenezer Learning Center. But I would first go to the tongue of St. George, quite literally. Call online.
Afternoon, Kenroy.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm not hearing nothing from Montreach and Montrose.
Montreach. Okay, so you're talking Montreach, you're talking St. Patrick. Okay, so
yes.
According to what I have in front of me, I'm going to give you a sense. Yes, there is, you have St. Patrick divided into two sections, St. Patrick West and St. Patrick East. So you have to find the one that is closest to you. Relative to St. Patrick West, MacDonald College, St. Patrick's Anglican School, and Chantamel Community Center. And relative to St. Patrick East, Hermitage Government School, Snell Hall SDA Church and Preschool, Rose Hill SDA Church, Rose Hill Development Center, Montrose SDA Church, Montrose Preschool, River Sally SDA Church, Samaritan Presbyterian School, and River Sally Community Center. So you're aware at the moment, you say?
Montrose, St. Patrick.
You in Montrose?
Montrose.
Oh, you Montrose?
Montreach and Montrose.
Montreach and okay, Montreach, Montrose. Okay, so get the one closest to you. I hope you can.
Well, that'll be Snell Hall.
That'll be Snell Hall. Okay, so St. Patrick East. So there is Snell Hall, SDA Church, and Preschool.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks very much.
All right, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right. So there you go. And one of the things I want to get across to you, well, if not on my shift, but certainly on my other colleagues' shift as they take over the coverage, there are some do's and don'ts relative to shelters. You are allowed to do certain things, you're not allowed to do certain things. So we really encourage people going to shelters to adhere to the rules and regulations. All right? Because when you go into a shelter, you go in there to coexist with other individuals. All right, call online. Caller, you live.
Hello?
Yes, caller, you live.
Yeah, I'm just here to inform now that I'm calling from St. George's Estate. And since Wednesday gone, we got some water, and up to, hurricane come and we can't get no water in the pipe.
Since Wednesday?
Yes, since Wednesday.
Right. All right. So I'll take note of that, because of course you would need to store water for drinking and other purposes. All right.
All right.
Anything you want to get across? Caller, are you there?
Yeah, I'm on the line.
Okay. St. George's Estate, that's St. George Northeast?
That's the Padalamud.
Right, so that's St. George Northeast. All right. Okay, caller, thanks.
All right.
All right, so I'll take note of that and reach out to the authorities. Okay, on it. 440-1252, we still have time. Feel free to call. We want to know what's going on in your area. And of course, share with us your preparations, because your preparations can inspire us to take, the necessary preparations as well. So feel free to make the connection. Let us know what's going on in your neck of the woods. It's now 12:50 in Grenada and the rest of the Eastern Caribbean, 12:50. At 2 o'clock, another colleague will enter the fray and will continue coverage until 6 o'clock. And of course, yet another one will take over from 6 into the evening. All right, so we'll keep you in the loop. Call online? Yes.
Hello?
Yes, caller, you're live.
Hey?
Go ahead, you're live.
Hello?
Caller, yes, we're hearing you.
Hello?
Caller, are you there?
Yes.
Yes, we're hearing you. You can go ahead.
Hello?
Okay, we're not sure what's going on there. Please listen to us on the phone, because sometimes when you listen on the, by way of the TV or the radio set, you can be confused. So feel free to listen to us on the phone itself, okay, when you call. All right, so let's return to find out if this caller is still there. Caller, are you there? Go ahead with your contribution. All right, we will abandon this call for the time being, but feel free to call back and we will accommodate you. All right, feel free to call back. So our coverage continues. Eye on Beryl.
Hello?
Caller online.
Yeah.
Caller, good afternoon.
I just calling GBN because I see they have a number on the phone there. Well, we're living in an area, Ladig up here, it's St. Albans area, we don't have water too for a little while.
Ladig, St. Irvans?
Eh?
You say you're calling from Ladig, St. Irvans area?
Yeah, up in Ladig area.
Okay, Ladig.
From St. James come down.
Okay. And you don't have water at the moment?
Yeah, we're out of water.
And you've been out of water since when?
Well, since yesterday.
Okay. Yeah, I understand. So that's a challenge right there. Okay. All right,
we want to store up some water, but you don't have any water.
Yeah, I agree. Absolutely. All right, so I've taken note of your location. I will get on to the authorities, caller. Thank you. All right, caller there from Ladig. All right. Okay, so we'll take a break. We'll take a break, but we want to cross to the National Hurricane Center. Yes. My producer is saying to me we have to cross to the National Hurricane Center to get some context to what's going on with Hurricane Beryl. All right, stay with us.
Hi, everybody. This is Mike Brennan here at the National Hurricane Center. It's just after noon Eastern Daylight Time on Sunday, June 30th, coming on this morning to talk about an extremely dangerous situation that's unfolding for portions of the Windward Islands with rapidly intensifying Hurricane Beryl, which is currently located about 350 miles to the east-southeast of the island of Barbados. That's also about 460 miles to the east of Grenada, moving quickly off to the west at 21 miles per hour and is going to be moving through the Windward Islands overnight tonight and Monday. Beryl has continued to rapidly intensify and is now an extremely dangerous Category 4 hurricane with maximum sustained winds of around 130 miles per hour. We've had both the Air Force Reserve and NOAA Hurricane Hunter aircraft in the storm this morning, providing that really valuable data. We've seen the flight level winds rise rapidly this morning. The pressure continued to drop, and Beryl is now an extremely dangerous Category 4 storm. And if we look at the storm now, you can see the very well-defined eye now showing up in visible satellite imagery with this classic look of a major hurricane here, with surrounded by intense thunderstorm activity, large outer rain bands. You can see the storm very quickly moving towards Barbados and the Windward Islands, where it's going to be a very dangerous situation tonight and into tomorrow morning. Let's start off with the key messages. So Beryl is already an extremely dangerous Category 4 hurricane. Everybody in the Windward Islands should be listening to any advice or potential evacuation orders they've been given by your local officials. Please, you have a few hours left the rest of today and this evening to get ready for what's going to be a potentially catastrophic storm for portions of the Windward Islands. We're most concerned about areas from St. Vincent and the Grenadines south to Grenada, where we could see the core of that Category 4 hurricane move through. When you get to Category 4 strength, you can see things like total roof damage, roofs lifted off of homes, exterior wall collapse, trees uprooted, significant damage and complete destruction of power lines and other infrastructure. So where the core of that eye wall of Beryl moves through those areas, especially from St. Vincent south through the Grenadines to Grenada, that's where we could see that most significant wind damage. In those areas as well, just to the right of the path of the center of Beryl, we could see storm surge levels of 6 to 9 feet above normal tide levels, with potentially catastrophic, dangerous breaking waves on top of that. So that is those are the two biggest hazards that we're concerned about for the potential loss of life, destruction of property in the Windward Islands. We also could see heavy rainfall and flooding through much of the Windward Island chain overnight tonight through Monday. So let's take a closer look at those hazards. This is the area again that we're most concerned about right now. These are where we have hurricane warnings in place for Barbados, Tobago, Grenada, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and St. Lucia. This is the region that is most under threat from those potentially catastrophic impacts. These are the chances of hurricane force winds with Beryl as it moves through, and you can see those are the highest from St. Vincent down south through the Grenadines to Grenada, and this is the area that we're most concerned about. However, even a little farther to the north, places like Barbados and St. Lucia, Beryl is a very powerful storm, and in areas of topography, higher elevations on these islands, you could see wind, especially in gusts, 20 to 30% stronger than the winds you're going to see down at sea level. So there is the potential for significant wind impacts all across the entire hurricane warning area here, from Tobago up to Barbados, all the way from St. Lucia, St. Vincent, the Grenadines down to Grenada. Let's talk about the time of arrival. The most likely time that we're going to see those tropical storm force winds arrive in Barbados is going to be in the late evening to early morning hours overnight tonight, and then in the early morning hours in the remainder of the Windward Islands. So again, you just have a few hours left through today to get prepared, get to a safe place where you're going to be able to shelter in place through the duration of the event overnight tonight and through much of the day on Monday. On the rainfall front, we're expecting widespread rainfall totals of 3 to 6 inches across Barbados and the Windward Islands. We could see isolated totals of as much as 8 inches on portions of Barbados, up to 10 inches in portions of the Grenadines, and 6 inches in Grenada. That, in those, especially in areas of high topography and high mountains, can cause significant flooding and potentially life-threatening flash flooding concerns in those areas. So as we zoom out and take a little longer view look at what's going to happen with Beryl, as we mentioned, the storm has continued to rapidly intensify. We're expecting it to be a powerful major hurricane as it moves through the Windward Islands and into the eastern Caribbean Sea on Monday and Tuesday, staying well south of Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands, but then could become a threat to portions of Hispaniola, Jamaica, the northwestern Caribbean Sea, potentially Cuba and the Yucatan Peninsula as we go from, say, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and into Friday morning. So everybody in the northwestern Caribbean, places like the Cayman Islands, Jamaica, southern Cuba, the Yucatan Peninsula, Mexico, Belize, even Honduras, want to pay close attention to updated forecasts for Beryl as we go through the next several days. We'll have the aircraft continuing to fly into the storm, be able to update and refine the potential impacts for these areas. I do want to take a look at the time of arrival of tropical storm force winds. If we zoom out a little farther, we could see impacts begin in places like Hispaniola by Tuesday, Jamaica overnight Tuesday into early Wednesday, and then into the northwestern part of the Caribbean as we go from Wednesday and into Thursday. So real quickly, I want to touch on some other activity going on in the Atlantic Basin. We have two other systems that we're watching today. We have an area of low pressure over the southern Gulf of Mexico that has a 50% chance of formation actually over the next 2 days. And so we could see a tropical depression or a tropical storm form briefly over this area of the southern Gulf of Mexico later today or tonight. We have an Air Force Reserve Hurricane Hunter aircraft flying into that system this afternoon. The main impacts from this, regardless of whether it becomes a tropical cyclone or not, will be heavy rainfall moving into portions of Mexico along the western coast of the Gulf of Mexico. We do have another system, however, that we're watching out here over the eastern tropical Atlantic, and it has a high chance of formation as it moves westward, or very quickly westward to west-northwestward across the central and western tropical Atlantic, and could be approaching the Lesser Antilles again by the time we get to maybe the Tuesday, Wednesday time frame of this upcoming week. So some areas that are going to be likely affected by Beryl could be affected by another system as we go through the week, but we'll keep a close eye on that and we'll get through Beryl first. So just a reminder, the key messages for Beryl, the areas that we're most concerned about, St. Vincent and the Grenadines down to Grenada, but also places like Barbados, St. Lucia, Tobago. Be prepared for potentially catastrophic hurricane force winds with the eye wall of a Category 4 hurricane moving through. If you've been asked to evacuate coastal areas to get away from that storm surge, please follow that advice. Complete your preparations today. You have the rest of today and into this evening, and then find a safe place to stay for tonight and Monday. Stay tuned for more information here at the National Hurricane Center at Hurricane.
All right, David Brennan, thank you, sir. Of course, he represents the National Hurricane Center in Miami. So, we heard it there, but in case you missed it, given you joined it a bit late, he said that Beryl is now an extremely dangerous Category 4 hurricane. Right? At the moment, Beryl is an extremely dangerous Category 4 hurricane. He went on to say Beryl continues to rapidly intensify. Maximum sustained winds are 130 miles per hour. And that lines up, like I've been saying, with the Saffir-Simpson hurricane wind scale. Right? Making it, of course, a Category 4 system because of its maximum sustained winds, 130 miles per hour. We should tell you, too, that there is a lot of concern for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So it's as if he has sectionized St. Vincent and the Grenadines and Grenada, right? As well as Barbados, St. Lucia. But the most concern, according to him, St. Vincent and the Grenadines and Grenada, as it relates to Hurricane Beryl, which is now a Category 4 system. All right. Let's now go to Prudence Greenidge. She's the Corporate Communications Manager at Grenlec. She has been sharing some safety tips in a time like this.
When a hurricane watch or warning is in effect, act quickly. Listen to the media for official information. Set your refrigerator to the coldest temperature to help food last longer. Move electrical devices from areas where they may get wet. During a hurricane, stay indoors. Be mindful that you may lose power and keep listening to the media. Unplug all electrical devices and take off your main switch. This will reduce the potential for damage or fire. Avoid opening refrigerators and freezers, as food will thaw more quickly. Assume all wires are energized and stay away from them. In the event of island-wide damage, Grenlec will restore power to critical facilities first. These include hospitals, police, fire departments, and water supply pumps. For more information, please visit us at grenlec.com.
Grenlec, energizing our Grenada.
Prudence Greenidge, Corporate Communications Manager at Grenlec. Thank you very much. This takes us now to 3 minutes after 1 in Grenada and the rest of the Eastern Caribbean. We can return to the phone line and find out what callers are saying in their areas. 440-1252. The situation is very fluid at the moment, so let me just get this here from my producer and to bring you up to speed with what's going on. The government, of course, has been making some pronouncements on its end, and so we want to give you what has been for the decision which has been made, one of the decisions, postponement of the 47th regular meeting of CARICOM heads of government. Of course, this meeting is being hosted in Grenada. So let's get to it. The Caribbean community advises that as a result of Hurricane Beryl's impending passage through the region, the 47th regular meeting of CARICOM heads of government, scheduled for Grenada from July 3 to 5, has been postponed to a date to be determined. Okay. The primary focus of the community is now on citizen safety and security. Several member states, including host nation Grenada, are now engaged in emergency preparedness and planning to address the aftermath of the hurricane. And I want to underscore this here because you have the hurricane coming to the Windward Islands and of course leaving its effects, its impact on the Windward Islands, and there's the period after the mess. And so the aftermath is going to be extremely crucial as the nation comes back together and gets things the way they were. So take note of that postponement take note of that postponement of the 47 regular meeting of CARICOM heads of government. It goes on to say, we implore everyone in the path of this hurricane to take all necessary protective measures. The community stands ready to support our member states which will be affected by this dangerous hurricane. So there you go. But you know, we saw this coming. The Prime Minister hinted to it at the press conference on Saturday evening, but this in fact confirms that this event has been postponed to a later date. Okay? All right, and that later date will be known when the time comes. All right, so that's it for that. Let's go back to the phone line. Caller line.
Good day. I'm calling from Tillery St. Andrew there. I heard that they said that the water would have stopped from 9 tonight. But a few hours ago, the water stopped completely and we ain't seeing no water in the pipe. Most people don't really pull up at the end to stop. You know, they have to prepare themselves and the water gone. So I don't know what is taking place up here. And I talked to somebody in Grenville about it and he cut up in Grenville too. Hello?
Okay, caller, yes. So are you there?
Yeah.
Right. Okay, thanks for that. Just remind us, you called in from where specifically?
I'm calling from Tillery St. Andrews.
Okay. Okay. And there's no water there?
Yeah, and somebody in Grenville I talked to a while ago related to me. They told me they didn't have no water along the water stop all year.
Other residents in Ireland have been sharing the very same sentiment. Yeah.
All right.
All right. So
okay.
Take note of that and convey to the authorities. All right. Thank you. 440-1252. That is the number. You can, of course, call us and tell us what's going on in your area. Okay. So no doubt, several residents do not have water at this time. And of course, we've been advised to store water for drinking and other purposes, but we can't do so, many people, if there's no water in the taps, quite literally. Call online. Caller, are you there? Welcome to the live broadcast.
Hi, good afternoon, Mr. Baptiste.
Good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Yes, we're hearing you.
Yeah, I called to say that you don't have water in Maran and Grosse Pointe St. Mark.
Maran and Grosse Pointe St. Mark. Okay. All right. So you have no water at all in your household?
No water at all. Since yesterday, they take the water, and up to we don't get it back.
Have you been able to store water perhaps in the previous days? Prior to taking the water, were you able to store?
Yeah, about maybe 2 buckets, but we need more.
Not sufficient?
No, my children, they're home. And they need some water.
Okay.
And I day and walk.
Right, okay. All right, thank you. Thank you very much. All right. That's been the recurring expression. No water in several parts of the island, because the expectation was the water would be turned off at 9 p.m. But clearly it was turned off prior to 9 p.m. in some areas. Caller line. Caller, you're live. Go ahead with your contribution.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, I too want to express my concern, because we don't have water. Since Minister 9 this morning, they took the water in Ponceline, and right now we don't have water in the house. Thank you.
So you have no water in the house at the moment? As in absolutely no water?
No.
Okay. All right. Thank you, caller.
Thank you.
Thank you. I want to let you know that we should be hearing from the National Water Sewage Authority soon. So once that contact has been established, we will bring you the conversation with the official representing the authority. So take note of that. And literally, that question will be posed to the individual, given the reports we've been receiving of no water in several communities. Call online, you're live.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm calling from New Hampshire, St. George. You know, we're experiencing similar situation with the water, because we thought it would have been a little bit later, you know. They would have cut off the water, but we need a little bit of water, you know. That's the only problem here. But other than that, we had long the wind already and we are really cut, so we're good.
Thank you, caller. Thank you very much. I would say, though, you know, it's interesting you say that about, well, you mentioned you've battened down and so on, and you've mentioned liquor. I'd want to advise against that at this time, in all honesty, because you want to maintain a clear head during what is to happen. Yes, you don't want your judgment to be clouded. So pace yourself with it, I would say. Please and thanks. And if, of course, you can stay away altogether, from it during this period, please do that. Call online.
I would say, though,
Caller, you're live. Okay. Feel free to call back, 440-1252. The line remains open. It's now 1:12 in Grenada and the rest of the Eastern Caribbean. Our coverage continues. Eye on Hurricane Beryl. It's now a extremely, according to the authorities, extremely dangerous Category 4 system. Call online. Caller, you're live on the air.
Yes, good afternoon, Kenroy.
Good afternoon.
Yes, I'm calling from Paradise.
Paradise in St. Andrew?
Yes, in the house. And we have a lot of water in Paradise. We have rainwater, river water, and pipe water. And if you want spring water, you could get in the supermarket. And I battened down already.
You're battened down?
Yes, I battened down already, but I hold it on tight. I hold it straight because I know what Ivan brings. So I battened down and I waiting. I ain't sell nothing today.
So, caller, what's the mood of your neighbors, those in your community?
Sunny and bright.
What's the mood of your neighbors and those in your community?
By the road because we have to sell all the melon for the river not to go with it, in case the river overflow. Yeah, and they're selling all the melon $10, $20, whatever they get, they take.
But I have to ask you, are your neighbors, people in your community altogether, are they taking the report seriously?
My girlfriend called me and told me that she's making ready to go to the Adventist church, which is a hurricane shelter. Yes.
Okay.
But the people around me, we have a lot of bomb shelter around the place, so people might fit in themselves accordingly.
Okay.
Yes. We just move fast. We don't delay.
I hear
So when the hour come to move, we're going to move.
All right.
But the older folks start moving already.
Right. I was about to ask you about that, the elderly.
Yes, they're moving already because my girlfriend moved already. She told me she's going down cook and move with she food. So most of them start moving already.
Right. Okay. Well, that's good to hear.
So all the best and hang on there, brother.
Thank you. You too. All right. That's good to hear. Again, I get a sense there from that caller that people are being proactive, and you need to be proactive in a time like this. So that is commendable indeed. 440-1252. We continue to take calls. The line remains open. Feel free to touch base with us. We want to hear from you. Tell us where you are in Grenada. Tell us how you've been preparing, for example. Give us a sense of the mood around you in your community, that sort of thing. 440-1252. Yesterday, in the press conference yesterday, weatherman here, Jared Tamer, he said that Grenada should expect a deterioration in weather conditions from Sunday night into Monday. Okay? So no doubt Today is Sunday, so please prepare. That's what we can encourage here at GBN. Prepare. One of my mantras is hope for the best, prepare for the worst. Please prepare. Call online.
Hello?
Yes.
You ready?
Yes, very much. Go ahead.
Okay. Afternoon to Kenroy.
Yes.
Yeah. In Woodlands Cafe, the entrance of Woodlands going to Cafe, we have a problem here, and I've been going to the Ministry of Works and report it. It's a lady by the name of Miss Marshall. She did a wall there, and the drain had blocked up. All the mud she dig, they have it in the drain, so it blocked up. I think it was up to Thursday, I called and I reported again, because I was in NADMA. I was on the committee for several years, and I know what hurricane does. So I keep reporting it, right? And up to now, they have done nothing to it. Also, it have a bridge there. And when the bridge come down, it's coming down with logs of wood, right? And I think it have a slide, and it has a house on the bridge there, and the water going back to the bridge there. And I don't think anybody had come and look at that situation there. So we is in a problem, a serious problem, to the end of Woodlands Cafe in the junction going. Also, 2 grey houses built on the opposite side of Miss Marshall, right? So the water coming in from that house, plus the water coming in from the other side to that drain there. So we have a real problem there.
Okay, caller, I really apologize. We have to move on, but thanks for that, because my producer is saying to me, we have to return to GIS, new information coming in, so we need to connect to find out what's going on now. Thank you, caller.
Diabetes now is so prevalent that if we're not careful, we might be one of the last generations to live longer than our parents and grandparents, because it's shortening our lifespan.
Learn about prevention, how it is treated, and how we can live with diabetes in our communities. Join us on Caribbean Medical TV on this station.
Hello, viewers, and welcome to Command Center. This is Tracking Beryl. I am Abigail McIntyre from the service, and from this moment forward, as long as happening as to Beryl and her movements, as to the response of the state, and whatever information that is necessary. So half an hour ago, we would have heard from Prime Minister, the Honorable Dickon Mitchell, as well as NADMA and the Meteorology Office, updating us as of 11 a.m. what's the position of the storm and what's the position of the state. So here's what we know and what I can recap for you. Grenada is still under hurricane warning, which is the highest alert we can expect to be hit within the next 24 hours by Hurricane Beryl. If it is forecasted that by the time Hurricane Beryl makes landfall, she will be a Category 4 hurricane. By the time Beryl hits landfall, she will be a Category 4 hurricane. We can expect conditions from as early as this evening into tonight and tomorrow morning. The Met Office reports that the period of 2 a.m. to 2 p.m. will be the period of intense activity. The Governor General, Her Excellency Dame Cecile Lagranade, will declare a state of emergency from 7 p.m. tonight. This will last for 7 days initially, unless earlier revoked. Now, the only way this will be revoked earlier is unless the damage is minimal. So that is the only way that it can be revoked earlier than the 7-day period. So as of 7 p.m. tonight, Governor General, Her Excellency Dame Cecile Lagranade, will declare a state of emergency. From Grenlec, we know that electricity will remain until it is absolutely necessary to be cut off, because government understands that we would need to have access to charging our devices and so on for as long as possible. As of 9 a.m. this morning, all police officers have been called to duty, as well as prison officers. So, what you should be doing now. We want to ensure that your house is prepared, that you have water catchments already available, and we're going to talk more about that, because next to me in studio is Miss Jamila Lewis, and she is the communications supervisor at NAWASA, so we're going to talk a bit more about that. Make sure that all your devices are charged. Ensure your disaster supply kit is in hand. Secure all personnel documents. That's your passports, your IDs, your insurance documentations, and so on, and ensure that it is kept in a watertight container or Ziploc bag. Just ensure that it's in something that would not be damaged by water. Check on your neighbors, your family, your friends. Ensure that they are well taken care of as well. If you realize your home is not in a good condition and you cannot shelter by neighbors, then you are to head to the emergency shelters. All emergency shelters have been activated, and you can head there now. Shelters, as I said before, are activated, and you can head there now. So we're going to talk now with Miss Jamila Lewis. Jamila, thank you for coming out to the command center, for being here with us. We know that everyone has to keep their house in order, but we also want to ensure that the state is prepared. What is the update on NAWASA at this moment?
All right, so good afternoon to Abby, and good afternoon to the viewers. It's a privilege, should I say, to be in the command center. I was telling my daughter this morning, it kind of reminds me of Hurricane Ivan.
It does.
And I can recall having a 7-month-old baby and having to work through the natural disaster and thereafter. So 20 years later, we are here again. But from the National Water and Sewage Authority, NAWASA, of course, we are in disaster mode. Yesterday afternoon, our disaster response team met, and the purpose of that meeting was for us to review operations, review logistics, and ensure that we have everything in place from a water and storage context in preparation for Beryl. Of course, for moving from a tropical storm into a hurricane, of course, we had to step up our games in terms of our level of preparedness. And I would like to commend our General Manager Acting, Mr. Terrence Smith, and the rest of the response team, because we have been working around the clock from since yesterday to ensure that all facilities are in a good place. We do know that there are some persons that are currently challenged with the availability of water supply. And this is owing to the fact that we had some rains in parts of the country, and as a result, we have a few of our dams that are blocked. And once the dams are blocked, we are not able to have water available for distribution to customers. And NOAS, of course, apologizes for the inconvenience. Our teams, they have been on the ground since morning, trying as much as possible to ensure that we are able to unblock those dams so that we can get some water coming through, so persons can at least have storage facilities filled. What we are asking persons at the moment is that if you do have a supply, and please don't wait until it is time to shut down to try to have those storage facilities and containers filled. If you do have a supply at the moment, please make it your best effort to have some form of storage. Following, and I can recall in Hurricane Ivan, when we had infrastructure damage, systems were out for weeks. And with the challenges of having water truck distribution, I can recall having to do everything in a river, go to bathe in a river and then go to work in the morning. So I'm asking persons, no, we can't lapse with Beryl. Beryl does not look pretty. She seems angry. So I'm just asking persons, please, as much as possible, if you do have water within your homes, to have some form of storage, and not just to last you for today. Have storage to last at minimum 6 days. Our message of before has been to have storage for 3 days. But of course, if you're declaring a state of emergency from 7 o'clock tonight for at least 7 days in the first instance, then you also have to be mindful that you also have to consider water. So we're asking persons, if you could have some form of storage, to last during that particular period, that you make it a priority at this time. I would just kind of give an update as to the status of some of our water treatment plants.
Yes, because I know that in some areas they are not receiving water and have not received from since this morning.
Yeah, but actually some of them was from since yesterday.
Yes.
So we had Maribor that serves Maribor onto Telescope, the tongue of Grenville. That supply was off yesterday because of dam blockage. The teams, as I said, they're not able to do anything. The river is heavy. When the river is heavy, the team is not able to go into the river to unblock. So we have Maribor system that is currently off as well. Reports from Mount Agnes, both dams were blocked. We are happy that we unblock it. However, at present, the Clearwell is at 50% because, of course, if there is no water coming in the dam treated for storage, then we were not able, and persons were able to use the water from storage. It is presently at 50%, but distribution is open. So if you're served from the Mount Agnes water system, please try as much as possible. Mama Can as well, the distribution is open, but it is at 50%. PTA Tang, we had both dams were blocked, but they were cleared, and we're very happy for that. However, PTA Tang is one of the water systems that were highly challenged when we had the intensity of the dry season. It is currently operating at 20%. We have closed distribution in order that we can replenish the Clearwell. So, of course, the system is currently off, and we are asking persons that when we are able to open, and our aim is to open before our proposed shutdown, that persons will be able to get some supply. Les Avocats water system is another system that is highly challenged, and at present it is operating at 35% capacity. And as a result, if you do have some supply coming in from Les Avocats, and Les Avocats will look at the Windsor Forest, the Richmond Hill, the Marianne, and those Laborie, St. Paul's, the problematic areas from a dry season going into a rainy season. We ask it is currently at 35%. Distribution is open, but of course at 35%, some persons and high extremities will not be able to get a supply. So we're asking persons that if you do have a supply, of course, try to store and also be mindful of how you manage that supply. Mardi Gras, at the moment, that plant is fully functional. There is no blockage and we give God thanks for that. So we're asking persons served by the Madra water system, the Montparnasse and those areas to at least have some form of storage. Ready, the dam was blocked. It is currently unblocked. The distribution is open, but the clear well is presently at 50%. Annandale is our largest distribution network from Annandale right down to the south of the island. Yes. Of course, that's where we have the hotel, the tourist belt. It is presently operating at 75% capacity. And of course, as persons are filling up their storage containers, then we expect a significant drop. Mm-hmm. So we are asking persons, if you are served from the Annandale network, to please ensure you have some form of storage. Vendom is also operating at 75%. Tufton Hall, we know those on the western side, Tufton Hall Dam was blocked. It was unblocked and it is up and running. So please again, utilize. We know Montplaisir and Concord last evening going into this morning because of the high turbidity. Those systems were off. We opened it this morning. So if you are from the Tongue of Grove and Concord, Molineux, Happy Hill and those communities, please try to get some storage. Montrule in St. Patrick, presently it is operating at 50%, as well as Peggy's-Wim. And Peggy's-Wim serves the entire parish of St. Patrick, extending to communities in St. Mark and onto Dunfermline. So it is a network that is widespread. Mm-hmm. It is currently operating at 80%. Moncton, it was blocked. The dam was unblocked. We're currently operating at 90%. And Closure is operating at 75%. So this is the status of our water facilities. As mentioned, our aim is to have those facilities up and running. The reality is that we will have to shut down at one point. The proposed time we have at the table right now is at 9 p.m. So our aim is to try to have systems open, especially those that were blocked, have them unblocked and have the distribution open so that persons can have some water. What is critical for us at this time, Abby, and I just want to reiterate it, it is always well to have water storage, but if you're not able to manage your supply, then it becomes a headache. Because when you have a tank and within 24 hours and we are not able, let's think about it. If we have you don't know what will be presented, and there is road blockage, there is infrastructure damage along our dams treatment plants, then there is a reality that we may be out of water for some time. So if you do have stored water, we're asking you to be able to manage as much as possible. So this is the reality for NOASA. As I said, we are not holding back water from anybody. The reality is that the inclement weather has created a challenge for some of our water systems. Our teams have been on the ground since the morning. I remember when I got up this morning, I saw a message, we are already out, and we're trying as much as possible. And I want to commend our team because since yesterday, we are putting all measures in place. Our disaster response team, we have met 3 times since the beginning of the hurricane season. We enacted our disaster emergency plan. It was thoroughly reviewed. We enacted that plan at the beginning of the hurricane season. And critical for NOASA, and I want to reiterate that. Remember, we came out from a very harsh dry season, whereby there were water restrictions. And then, of course, a lot of those same water systems are under valve regulation. Mm-hmm. So we're coming from an intensity of a dry season, having to lift a water restriction within the rainy season, the beginning of the rainy season. And then here we are with hurricane conditions that are
soon after.
So the reality is that we are challenged, but we are doing everything within our powers to ensure that there is water available within the system so that persons are able to store, and then we will be able to at least, have for use within the particular period.
So can you confirm that your team in the areas where the dam is blocked, that they are trying right now to unblock these areas?
Yes, our team. The only reason there are some systems whereby the river is very heavy, and I can speak to Maribor in particular, because when the river is very heavy, then we're placing our employees at risk. Remember the rivers, the dams are in a river. So yesterday we got a video footage from Concord, and it was crazy because the waterfall was very heavy. It was highly turbid. And then can you imagine an operator trying to go in that condition to have a dam unblocked? And we wouldn't, because then we also have to consider the health and safety of our employees as well. So while we have the external customers that are all of us are customers, but we have our staff that we also have to consider themselves and their families. And one of the things that I can tell you is this: we are shutting down at a particular point because we want to be able to ensure that our employees get to go home with their families. They have some water systems like Annandale and Mardi Gras that operates on a 24-hour basis.
So you would have people at those areas, no?
A decision was taken yesterday by our disaster response team that we are not going to leave any operator on a water treatment plant, because what happens if there is challenge with network and we're not able, we don't know. So that is why we made a decision that from between the hours of 9 to 12 we will be shutting down, and that would give our operators enough time that they can go home and be with their families. And we want persons to remind for that they are humans like everybody else, so we can't have them out on a treatment plant, when there is a category 4 hurricane coming, and then we have, what happens if the roads are blocked? We don't know if they're injured. We don't know. So we're giving them an opportunity to go home to be with their families. So hence the reason why we will be shutting down most facilities by 9 o'clock. And of course we are saying 9 o'clock, but what happens if there is by 2 o'clock we realize that there is a shift? Because Beryl is not just settling. Beryl is showing that she's wobbling in this kind of way. So if there is a shift, then there is the reality that we would have to adjust our plans accordingly. So all operators at all facilities will be at their homes with their families. So that is why right now they are out. They're trying as much as possible to ensure that dams are unblocked as quickly as possible, that we are able to open our distribution, and that persons will be able to fall. But what is important, and I continue to implore on it, even when you have a storage, learn to manage your supply, because that's a challenge that we saw in the dry season, and we don't want it to be extended into a hurricane season, especially with what a category 4 hurricane presents in itself. We can all go look back on Hurricane Ivan, and at a category 3 and a category 4, we know what the destruction can be like. So we're asking persons to be able to manage their supply.
Of course. And what happens, I'm sure that NAWASA has, like you mentioned, it's disaster plan.
Yes.
So after everything settles and we get the clear that the hurricane has passed, we are in the clear, what is NAWASA's immediate steps from there?
Right. So our immediate steps following a natural disaster is to look. We have to assess all facilities. I'm just sitting there and I'm reminded of Carriacou and Petite Martinique. They are desalinated facilities. So what happens if the infrastructure damage in Carriacou and Petite Martinique? Thank God at least persons have cisterns. So immediately after a natural disaster, our disaster response team will meet.
So you have a team that knows what they have to do.
Our teams are on the ball. Yesterday when we met, our general manager led the charge and we were able to assess. So we went through everything. Is it that, so let me tell you how it works. So right now, in every parish, we have pipes, we have fittings, we have chainsaws, we have whatever it is the team would require in the event of it. So you don't have to leave Grenville to come down to town to get pipes and fittings. All those were placed on every plant in the various parishes.
Wonderful.
So once we have the all clear, we are able to go out, our teams, our district supervisors and their teams, they are able to go out to do an assessment. Once an assessment is done, then a report is presented to the disaster response team, and the disaster response team says, okay, fine, we believe that we are able, so let's say Maribor is damaged, but we could operate, the teams will go out and operate. So that is, so we are very clear. So we have our disaster coordinator, and the disaster coordinator has been communicating with everybody every minute, where we have a WhatsApp group that we created for our disaster response team, and we give updates. So for example, that's why I'm able to just go on on my phone and tell you what is the status of all plans, because all the information is there. All our vehicles are filled with fuel, so we don't have to worry about, okay, we have fuel on reserve at every treatment facility. So in the event that they have to move, the guys are able to do so. A thorough assessment will be done, and once it is prudent to do so, we will go out and do an assessment and then decide how we progress in terms of repairs, maintenance, etc.
Wonderful. Jamila, you all sound like you have a well-oiled machine, and basically you are prepared, which is the motto right now.
Yes, we are prepared. We are prepared. Our disaster plan, we reviewed it at the beginning of the hurricane season. Where there were deficiencies, we would have addressed those. We look back on the lessons of Hurricane Ivan. We look back on the lessons, because the majority of staff worked in Hurricane Ivan. You know, notwithstanding we have one or two new persons on the team, but the majority of our disaster response team worked in Hurricane Ivan. We walked through Emily, you understand, and then of course, you know, in 2022 there was some weather, so we went and we fine-tuned. So we looked at everything, we fine-tuned our disaster plan, and we ensured. And I'm happy to note at the moment we have teams in the office. They are safeguarding our infrastructure as well. So we have all our sandbags, the computers are being backed up. We have made a decision that at some point, as we're going to go as far as possible, we will have to shut down our entire email database, our network database, because of course we're not going to leave the system, the server on. So that will be done as well. But we do have, okay, so when email is done, how do we communicate? As far as Grenley could keep the power on, we will be utilizing our thing. And all members of staff know what our protocols are. Every member of staff, you know, we've communicated to every member of staff, they are in the clear. We have means of reaching every member of staff. After disaster, we have a list of all the cell numbers. Everything is in place from our end. What is critical for us, as I say, and our greatest challenge is when we have the challenge with the systems and water availability because of you know, the current water challenges throughout the island. But in terms of operation-wise, I am 100% confident in the plan that we have and the team that we have to lead this charge. And all we're asking for the public to do is to meet us halfway. And how do you meet us halfway? Is by ensuring, one, that if you have a supply at the moment, that you are able to store as much as possible. And even with your supply, we want persons to be able to be mindful of their usage. So manage your supply accordingly.
Thank you so much, Ms. Lewis, the communications supervisor from NWASA, giving us some much needed updates. So we know at 9 p.m. NWASA will shut off all systems. We know that some systems are down at the moment, but it's because of blockage at the dams, and the team is working seriously to get those up and running so that you have access until the coordinated shutdown at 9. We know that all your workers will be inside, so there will be no officers stationed at any of the treatment plants. And so NWASA has a plan in place as soon as we get the all clear as to how they will dispatch their teams and get your systems up and running again. So we want to thank you, and we know that your emergency number keeps going off. You sat here for a couple minutes and the phone kept going off, so we know that, and she is responding herself. So we know that you will respond to any queries and so thereafter. Thank you very much, Jamila, for being here with us.
Thank you. You know, and as our pastor said in church this morning, we can only pray and prepare. The Prime Minister said it last night too. So we're praying and we're preparing that, you know, God, the favor of God just works with us today.
Definitely.
Thank you,
we are in that mood. Thank you so much, Jamila. So we will take a quick break and we will be right back because we have a lot more information to share with you. We're going to be talking about our shelters next, and you do not want to miss this information. Very important. So we'll be right back. Thank you.
Been up in the 7 people, 7 to the West Indies. Grenada must no mass like this. No mass like this. Jumping up in the 7 people, 7 to the West Indies. Grenada must no mass.
Thursday afternoon in a 60 zone. This 34-year-old motorcyclist was on his way home. It's our job to work out why he never got there. The rider broke his neck on impact here, having crashed into this car that was turning right. analysing the impact, we know he hit the car at 30 kilometres per hour. And these marks on the road tell us that he skidded for 21 metres, having braked hard here. When he first reacted, he was doing 68. But let's change one small thing. At 60, the driver would have had more chance to see him properly. He'd have stayed in control and reached this point a moment later. The car would have cleared his path and he'd be home by now. You decide on your speed. The physics decides whether you live or die.
Prepared, ready, whatever it is you need, we would try as much as possible to get that information to you at this time. We will be speaking about shelters right now, and I have with me the shelter manager, Ms. Tanya Hyacinth, and I also have a shelter coordinator, Mr. Dominic Jeremiah. Now, before we talk about shelters, it's very important to know what those shelters are, where the shelters are located. So we would run through briefly that list for you. We do not take for granted that the list was out already. People supposed to know. We are sharing the information because we want everyone to be on the same page. So, Mr. Jeremiah, I'll segue to you so that you can share that list with us again.
Okay. So, good afternoon to all our listeners. What I will do first of all is to go over the list, and I just want to make the point that the shelters are divided up into three categories. You have shelters that are schools, shelters in churches, and shelters in community centers. So I want to encourage our listeners to pay careful attention to the shelters that may be very closest to where you live at this time. So I want to begin with St. George's Northeast, New Hampshire Community Center, New Hampshire Methodist Church, Constantine Methodist School, New Hampshire Faith Church, St. Mary's Junior School, Boca Secondary School, Our Lady Help of Christians Catholic School, Bolio, Nativity Catholic School, Vendome, Bolio SDA Church, Ebenezer Learning Center. The Tongue of St. George, Anglican High School, Grenada Boys Secondary School, St. Joseph's Convent, St. George's, J.W. Fletcher Catholic School, Presentation Brothers College, St. George's Anglican Junior School, the ground floor, St. George's SDA Church and School, St. George's South, Kelly's Government School, Grandans Baptist Church, South St. George Government School, River Sally Community Center, St. Andrew Southeast, Mama Can Resource Center, Telescope Primary School, Subi's SDA Church, St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary School, SAS, St. Andrew Southwest, Holy Cross Catholic School, Munich, Holy Innocent Anglican School, St. Andrew's Catholic School, St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville, Birch Grove New Testament Church, Union Community Center, Ford Preschool, Grand Bras Community Center, Harford Village Community Center, St. Martin de Porres Catholic Primary School, the Sacred Heart Catholic Church, Tivoli, St. Andrew Northwest, St. Mary's Catholic School, Lafayette, Marybo Pentecostal Church, Marybo SDA Church, Paraclete Government School, Paradise SDA Church, Maranatha Church, Lakabeke, La Poterie SDA Church, Monlong Pentecostal Campsite, St. David South, Wester Hall Secondary School, Corinth Government School, St. Dominic's Catholic School, Pedmota, St. Teresa's Catholic School, Vincennes, School for the Deaf, Beryl Community Center, St. David's North, St. David's Catholic School, St. Joseph's Catholic School, Pomrose, Belle Isle Community Center, Carriacou, Bogles Community Center, Harveyvale Government School, Hillsborough Government School, Glide Tidings Church, Dover Government School, Mount Pleasant Government School, Harveyvale Community Center, Hillsborough Secondary School, Petit Martinique, St. Thomas Aquinas Catholic School, Petit Martinique RC School. So here are the list of all our shelters for the state of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jeremiah. And we just want to remind you, viewers, that the shelters, as mentioned by Prime Minister about an hour ago in his briefing, the shelters are activated and you can find yourselves at a shelter that is closest to you. Mr. Jeremiah just mentioned the list again to us so that we are clear. I know that the list has been posted again on the Office of the Prime Minister's page on Facebook. It's on GIS's page as well, so the updated list is there if you want to review it, just in case you may have missed something. But before you decide to go to a shelter, how do I know that I am supposed to be at a shelter? Ms. Hyacinth, guide us through the list of decision making as to how do I know that I am supposed to be at a shelter and what do I take with me?
Good afternoon to all. Of course, you need to ensure that you have a secured house. Are you in a flood-prone area? These are things that you need to look at to decide. Also, we remind that the shelter is really your last resort. So are there family and friends that I can go and stay with, or a neighbor that I can go and stay with? These are things that you need to have asked yourselves and plan against, and then decide which shelter. If those are not, your options are not available, then shelter would be your last resort. Going into a shelter, we remind that you need to walk with sleeping supplies, so blankets, sheets, cots, sleeping bags, pillows, flashlight, transmitter radio, so you can get the updated announcements. Food supplies for the next 72 hours, that is critical, as well as drinking water for 72 hours. books, games, toys, if you do have children with you, so that you can keep them entertained, and as well as a way of trying to keep them calm during this stressful time and period. Medications. Ensure that you walk with your medications, especially if you have specialized medications that you have to take, as well as specialized foods that you need to also take. So we ask that you walk with those. If you do have aids, so hearing aids, walkers, wheelchairs, you should carry those as well with you. If you do have babies that are going to be in shelters, you are also required to walk with diapers and supplies for them. I also remind that there are rules to the shelter that must be adhered to. The shelter manager of the plant is the chief personnel responsible for the daily operations, and their decisions are final. So you need to obey them and the rules. Managers are not responsible for the individual items of persons who are within the shelters. You are responsible for your own belongings, so ensure that you secure those. I want to also remind that illegal drugs and substances and firearms and weapons are not allowed in the shelters, and if those are found on arrival, the Royal Grenada Police Force will be contacted. Alcohol and drunkenness is also not tolerated and permitted within the shelters. No cooking on open flames is also prohibited from the shelters. There are restricted areas within the facilities, particularly of the churches and the schools, and we ask that you obey and adhere to the restricted areas. So our computer labs, our principal's office, staff rooms, kitchens for now, within the first 72 hours, at least in the first instance, laboratories, computer labs, libraries, these are all restricted areas. For the churches, of course, the sanctuary and some of their offices will be restricted. Yeah. So we really urge that if you are going to be in shelters, that you obey the rules that are there. We also remind that pets, domestic animals, are not allowed within shelters, and that is in accordance with our Public Health Act. So if you do have animals and pets, you are to find alternative accommodations for them. These are the rules that we really would like you to adhere to and ensure that these are followed at all times. We do understand that it's a really stressful period. A lot of persons are remembering Ivan, but we ask that you remain calm, concise, think of what needs to happen, and follow the rules.
You mentioned wheelchairs and so we expect that sometimes there might be elderly persons or persons with disabilities that might need to access these shelters. If they do not have an avenue of getting them there, someone they can call or assist them, is there something that they can do right now? Is there someone that they can call?
So they can report, they can call into the Ndangba headquarters, and we will notify the team that's responsible for dealing with the persons who are disabled as well as the elderly.
Okay, so if you're listening, viewers, if you know of someone in your neighborhood or you yourself are having difficulties getting to the shelter because of mobility, access to a ride or vehicle or so, you can call NADMA and make that request known, and NADMA will then notify the person in the particular area, and they would reach out to you or your neighbor or so that they can get you to the shelter. Can you share with me NADMA's number again?
So NADMA's number is 440-8390.
440-8390. So we're talking about the rules of the shelter, which is very important for persons to follow. And you mentioned no cooking on open flames. So people might go to the shelter thinking they could walk with their pack of rice or so, and there is a reason why it should not and cannot be done. So could you just elaborate on those for me?
So of course, within shelters, some shelters do not have cooking facilities and some do. Usually you would cater. So we do advise of canned foods. Crackers would be your safest bet in the initial instance. If there are going to be prolonged periods within the shelters, then accommodations will be made for meals. But in the first instance, your sardines, your cornflakes, your tuna, and crackers are what you would be using within the first 72 hours. Of course, you have to make sure that proper procedures are done. To cook, you have to know the quantities, numbers, dietary requirements of sheltering. So there are a lot of logistics that has to take place, and that's why we ask that you at least try to cater for yourself in that 72-hour period, and then the national system will kick in after that.
So some persons, because you mentioned bringing in medication, specialized medications as well, some persons, their medication needs to remain cool. You were asking them to consider that as well, or would the shelter assist in providing, and probably an ice box or something that they can assist them in keeping it cool?
So in the initial instance, we're asking them to cater for that. And then if they notify, we can see what accommodations can be made. But initially, we're asking you to cater for yourself within that 72 hours. Your shelter is the building is going to be a safe haven, but of course, we're asking that you individually cater for yourself.
72 hours initially, the shelters are going to be activated for, but we know that from 7 p.m. tonight, the Governor General will declare a state of emergency, which lasts for 7 days. So when the all clear is given after the hurricane has passed and it has been declared that it is safe to peep your head outside the window, basically, what happens at the shelter from there? Are persons allowed to leave to go check on their homes and properties, or are they asked to remain there until?
So let me first say that when an all clear is given, it's an all clear stating that it's safe for emergency responders to be outside to investigate, to ensure that things are safe. After that, there will be a declaration to allow persons individually to go out. So we ask that you would remain in the shelters until that declaration is given, where it is indicated that it is safe for you as the individual to be outside. We don't want persons outside where there are live lines, water, and you put yourself more at risk and now having more work for first responders. So we ask that once the all clear is given, that you give first responders the opportunity to investigate and ensure that places are safe and it's safe for individuals to then be outside. And then we would allow, as the shelter managers within the various shelters, you would be allowed to go investigate your homes, ensure that it is safe and that you can return, and there will be a sign-out process for that.
Let's just say that the damage would be at a certain level here that makes it unsafe for persons to leave the shelter after 72 hours. Knock on wood, we're praying for the best though. But what happens after 70, because we're walking with food and water for 72 hours, what happens after this is finished and we're still in the shelters wondering why, when, Lord? So what would happen then?
I think it is very important from the start that persons who are going to be in shelters have a good rapport with the managers.
Right.
And I think Miss emphasized that at the beginning, that it is important that they follow the guidelines and follow the instruction of the shelter managers. Now, when the all clear is given, the shelter manager is tied to the wider system of management, and the shelter managers would be in a position now to give a brief to the persons who are in the shelter as to what the next move is going to be. But we don't want them to just be taking matters into their own hands and deciding to want to leave the shelter. For the reasons that Ms. outlined, it is important to follow the direction of the managers of the shelters, because the managers would have to take their instruction from NADMA and from the system that is put in place for communication.
Right. And if we have a prolonged period beyond 72 hours at the shelter, NADMA is prepared to assist with supplies for persons that are there, or that is not on the NADMA's?
No, well, the relief system will then kick in after the 72 hours. So there's procedures, there's protocol that's in place, but of course we have to allow nature to take its course. We see what the damages are, and then we would know what are the next steps that we need to take.
What level of communication we have at those areas? Because I'm assuming that once the storm has passed, then they have to communicate what the issues are or what is the state of play at the different shelters, yes?
Yes.
So we have proper communication set up.
Yes,
in these
and
areas?
there is the district emergency operating centers who will also feed in information into the national operating center. So communication will be ongoing.
So the district stations have already been activated?
Yes.
And manned. So we have persons there.
At 12 as well, yes.
Wonderful. Is there anything else that we need to add that persons need to know about their shelters?
I want to add a couple of things.
Yes.
Well, maybe not add, but emphasize a couple of things. As we indicated from the very start, churches and schools and community centers are going to be used for shelters. These spaces are used for school, they're used for worship, and they're used for other community activities. And we want to make sure that after the storm has passed and we have to return to our normal life, that we do not have to spend any excessive money to repair damaged facilities. So I want to ask our brothers and sisters who are going to be accessing the shelter to ensure that we take care of the shelters. Again, the shelter managers are going to be very critical. There are areas in schools and in churches that are no access areas. And Ms. outlined for us already that areas like labs and food and nutrition
rooms,
area, computer rooms, we want to ensure that these areas are protected so that immediately after the storm, when we are returning to normal, that we do not have to go and purchase new items so that school can restart. So that's very, very important. I want to emphasize that. We learned our lessons from other hurricane experiences that we have had, and we do not want some of these to be repeated. The rules that govern the center, one of the first things that will happen when persons get to the center is that the person who is in charge is going to more than likely either post or alert the persons who are going to be in the center about what the expectations are.
Right.
And we just want to ask everyone to be calm.
Yes.
We are in this together, and it is important that we understand that there would be a certain degree of apprehension and fear and worry about what could happen. But I think it is critical that we trust the system, we follow the instruction that we are going to receive, and that we do everything within our power to cooperate, at every level, to ensure that we weather the storm together. So I just wanted to reinforce that and let us continue to pray for each other and pray that everything works out to the best of the best way it can, so that we do not have any unnecessary results from the passage of the storm.
Of course, and we are praying for the best. Most definitely, we are praying for the best in this matter. So I have been following some of your questions and queries on the live, and I see that there are some persons querying about shelter enclosure. Is there a shelter enclosure, or are we asking persons to go to one of the areas nearby?
So they're going to go to one of the areas nearby. Unfortunately, closure does not have a shelter. So we are only using the approved emergency shelters, building listing that was approved by Cabinet and by the inspection team, because there is an inspection process that takes place every year. So the building listed are those that are approved for use in an emergency situation.
Some people might think the Closure Community Center looks like a well-oiled machine that can house persons, but there is a process of getting to the point of approving a building safe for shelter.
Yeah.
Definitely.
So as a matter of fact, the shelter inspection team, was very dutiful in ensuring that they complete their work in time. And I'm glad we did in preparation for the season. We were not even anticipating that we would have a system this early in the season.
Oh, yes, yes.
So these are competent persons who have gone out, engineers and so on, who have looked at the place, walked around the centers, and again, the centers that have been approved, they had in mind, the approval had in mind the safety and security of those who are going to be staying in these spaces.
Exactly.
So let's stick with the approved centers.
That's right. And we remind you that if you do have difficulty getting to a center, because I know that, well, by now I believe public transportation may have shut down in some areas, and you may not have an immediate neighbor or so to ask for a ride. If you know you need to get to a shelter, remember that there is a checklist that you probably need to ask yourself first. The shelter is your last resort. So if you know that your house is not safe, you cannot find shelter from a neighbor, family, or friend, then you head to the shelter. The shelters are open, so you can head there now. If you need transportation, if you absolutely need it, then you can call here at NADMA at the command center, and the information would be dispatched to the relevant person, and they would provide transportation to get you to the nearest shelter. Am I correct?
Correct.
Yes, okay. I want to thank you both greatly for being here and for sharing this very important information with us. We know as time goes by, we would update you. We would keep our public updated as to what's happening and what you need to know on the hour by the hour, definitely. So thank you, Mr. Jeremiah and Ms. Hyacinth. Thank you so much for being here. Viewers, we were speaking with Mr. Dominic Jeremiah and Ms. Tonya Hyacinth. Mr. Jeremiah is the shelter coordinator and Ms. Tonya Hyacinth, the shelter manager. We want to thank them so much for being here. Remember, this program will continue as long as connectivity permits us, so we would go until. So we'll take a quick break. When we come back, I'm just going to remind you of some of the pertinent information that was shared by our guests. So we'll be right back. Welcome back, viewers. We are here at the Command Center. It is Tracking Beryl. I am Abigail McIntyre, and I'm going to remain with you over the next couple of minutes to keep you informed. Just to let you know that we will be with you as long as connectivity permits us to keep you updated on the hour by the hour. We know that Prime Minister Honorable Dickon Mitchell will address you again at 3 p.m. this afternoon. According to my time, it is just about 7 minutes past 2, thereabout. So we know that he is going to address us soon. I do have an update here from the Ministry of Finance, the government service, which states that the public is hereby advised that all government online services will be shut down as a precautionary measure at 2 p.m., which would have been about 8 minutes ago. Today, Sunday, June 30th, 2024 as Hurricane Beryl approaches. Therefore, payments processed through pay.gov.gd, Asekuda World, that's Customs, and other platforms will be unavailable until further notice. However, government websites and emails will remain operational. We will update the public on the resumption of services once it is accessed. That is when it's safe to do so. We appreciate your understanding in this regard. We have been sharing a number of things with you since we started at 1 p.m. and I just want to remind you that Grenada is still under hurricane warning. This means that we can expect to be hit within the next 24 hours by Hurricane Beryl. This is the highest alert, the hurricane warning. It is forecasted that by the time Hurricane Beryl makes landfall, she will be a Category 4 hurricane, and we can expect conditions from about 2 a.m. to 2 p.m. to be of the most intense level of activity. Just to remind you also, Governor General, Her Excellency Dame Cecile Lagrenade, will declare a state of emergency at 7 p.m. tonight, and this will last for 7 days initially unless earlier revoked. This will only happen unless the damage is minimal. Now remember, in our conversation a while ago, I know sometimes the jargons can get to us a bit, but when an all clear is given, the first all clear, when that is given, it is for emergency responders only. I know that as soon as we think it's okay, we want to go outside to check to see what's happening and so on, but we have to listen to our experts and follow the rules as they are given to us. So the first all clear would be given for emergency responders to go out and assess the damage and so on, and then when the second all clear is given, then it is clear for us to step out of our shelter areas. Electricity will only be cut off unless it is absolutely necessary to do so. As of 9 a.m., all police officers have been called to duty, as well as prison officers. We also learned from NAWASA that the shut-off point for the shut-off time for water would be 9 p.m. We know that some persons do not have access to water right now, and it is because of blockage at a number of the dams. NAWASA's team is out, however, and they are trying to rectify that as soon as possible. 9 p.m. is a bit of hours away, so they're hoping to get that sorted before 9 p.m. so that you can access water. What should you be doing right now? Right now, you have to make sure that all last-minute preparations for your house is being done. If you still have access to water, catch as much as possible. All the containers that you may usually pack your lunch and so, water bottles that you may usually use to go to work or send the kids to work, full as much as possible so that you have as much water as possible. We're asking you to charge devices. You may be using your cell phone right now, laptop, or tablet to look at the broadcast, to update yourself with what's happening on Facebook, to speak to people, to stay into contact. Please, we're asking to charge your devices. If you have a backup, like charging backup, and so they're asking you to charge those as well. Ensure that your disaster supply kit is at hand. You do not leave it in some shelf or somewhere. It should be close, that is easily accessible in the case that you may need it. Secure all personal documents in a watertight container. Whatever you use, it should be waterproof, so to speak. So your Ziploc bag, an airtight, watertight container, so your personal documents, IDs, passports, your insurance forms, health documents, whatever you deem are important documents to you, land papers, sometimes we don't think about these things, store them in a watertight container. We're asking that you check in on your neighbors as well. We know that there are people that are sick and shut in. Check on your neighbors. Sometimes we know that some of our elderly are a bit had to convince to leave their homes. But if you assess and you realize, you know what, Miss So-and-so or Mr. So-and-so cannot stay there, let me see if I can convince them to come home by me. If you deem that your home is safe, or if you can get them to a shelter, please do so now. Check on your family, check on your friends, ensure that everybody is prepared and ready to brace themselves for what's to come. Shelters are activated. They have been activated, and so if you deem that you are supposed to be at a shelter, your home is not safe, you cannot find a little lodging by your neighbor or family or so, then find yourself at a shelter. Please, we're asking persons to do so. And there are some rules at the shelters that must be adhered to. What you take with you are sleeping supplies. You can walk with your radio, food supply for the next 72 hours, as well as drinking water, toys or books for children if you're going there with children to keep them calm or entertained during this period. Specialized medication. Sometimes you're not on any specialized medication, but just in case, you have headaches or stomach, whatever it is, if you have children, make sure you walk with their fever medicines, cough medicines, whatever it is you think would be needed, you prepare for that. If for persons that would be needing their wheelchairs and walkers or so, walk with those things. If you have babies on hand and you are going to a shelter, walk with everything that you would need for your baby, diapers, wipes. We don't have to tell you how to pack your baby's bags, So we are just asking you to walk with those things. The shelter manager is ultimately responsible for all the operations that happen at the shelters. So we're asking persons to pay them some respect and just listen to what they have to say. They have been trained, they are qualified, which is why they are shelter managers, and they are the ones that are going to be responsible for these shelters. Illegal drugs and substances, weapons, firearms are not allowed at shelters. Alcohol and drunkenness as well would not be allowed. And if persons are found to have these things on them, the police will be notified and they will take action from there. No cooking on open flames at the shelters, and please remember that pets and domestic animals are not allowed at shelters. If you have pets at home, I know it is sometimes a heartbreaking thing to know that you have to go to a shelter, but you cannot carry your pet with you. But we're asking you to ensure that your pet or domestic animals are safe wherever they would be at home, so that they can weather the storm as well. We remind you that Prime Minister will be addressing us at 3 p.m. today. And so we hope that you would stay tuned to join us for that, so that we can keep you updated and we can hear what the Prime Minister has to say. I will be speaking very soon with a member from First Aid, the Grenada Red Cross. We're going to be talking a little bit about safety. Sometimes you need to know how to do certain things in the event of a disaster. If someone gets a deep wound, a deep cut, or a little, we just want to keep you informed. We want to keep you prepared so that you know what to do. All right?
.22 in Grenada and the rest of the Eastern Caribbean. Our continued coverage here at GBN. Eye on Hurricane Beryl. If you're just tuning in, we want to bring you up to speed with the latest. Beryl is an extremely dangerous Category 4 hurricane at this time, according to experts. Maximum sustained winds are at 130 miles per hour as it moves in on the Windward Islands. The most concerned period for Grenada, according to authorities, is 2 a.m. to 2 p.m. on Monday, so take note of that. We can tell you too that according to the authorities, Beryl has a perfectly defined eye and central system, which makes it easier to track. They have also said that Beryl will pass closer. So take note of that word, closer to Grenada. And they went on to say Grenada will not be spared a direct hit. Tropical storm force winds extend 80 miles from the center, so all of Grenada will be affected with winds up to 45 miles per hour. We can tell you too, the cloudiness associated with Beryl is very well organized, and this other detail, there is a major spiral band, they say, with Beryl, which can produce a lot of rainfall. So there you go indeed. Joining me as we wrap up things on our end at this time, Brenda Baptiste. She is with us at the moment. Good to see you, Brenda. Welcome.
Hey, Kenroy. Good to see you as well.
Yes. All right. So, Brenda, I have to ask you, you've been following, you've been observing the goings-on. Your reaction to what's been reported, what's out there at this time?
Well, Kenroy, what's out there is serious. And at this point, I can say that I think we have all the information we need to make our definitive plans and to prepare for the event of Beryl, if you will, because whatever, it's definitely on its way. I'm not sure that we know what is a 2 p.m. advisory as yet, and we're going to get more of that as we go along. But at this point in time, prepare, pray, calm, cautious. That'll be my advice.
Right. You know, Brenda, we've been having a lot of callers reporting to us that they have not been getting water in their taps. And they said so in context to NADMA's announcement yesterday that Nawassa will turn the water off at 9 p.m. So we're getting word now that a lot of dams have been blocked, and in fact, Nawassa is trying to clear such dams.
Yes, that is the case. That is what is being reported and confirmed on the drive-in here. I heard Jamila Lewis, the communication supervisor of Nawassa, indicating that indeed Nawassa had not turned off the taps and that there were some challenges with dams. Remember, we had that system, that weather system associated, that's not associated with Beryl, that passed yesterday. So I saw some video images yesterday. I didn't share it because it looked so, it was like, wow. And they said that was Concord, and it was really, so if with water like that, if the dam up there is blocked, it would mean that would be very, very challenging, absolutely difficult for Nawassa to send their resources in. That is their human resource, you know, their men. So that is the reason. I think we have some blocked dams in areas of St. John, probably St. Patrick. I'm not sure about St. Andrew, and that is the cause of the water being out. But they have not turned off the taps. That'll be at 9 tonight.
Prime Minister Deacon Mitchell has since announced a state of emergency from 7 o'clock this evening for a period of 7 days. What say you about that announcement?
That was a brilliant decision. And I say that against a backdrop of remembering what happened 20 years ago in Hurricane Ivan. If we look back at Hurricane Ivan and we would have to, if we do the SWOT analysis and we looked at weaknesses and threats, I would have to say that us having not called an emergency, a state of emergency earlier, that would have prevented some of the lawlessness, Kenroy, i.e. the looting, people who, you know, were just out on the streets. So I believe the preemptive decision to call the state of emergency from 7 this evening for a period of the next 7 days, because we have to see what happened in the aftermath of Beryl, I believe that was a very brilliant decision. Yep.
Yes, and I just have to ask you about, there's been a lot of talk about what is the plan for vulnerable groups. So, for example, the elderly, the physically challenged. We have been hearing talk about provisions for the elderly, provisions for the physically challenged, but there's a category we haven't heard specifically about, the homeless. How do you think we must proceed? I mean, why aren't we hearing talk about how they are to be accommodated?
Maybe there's no talk, maybe there's action. Let's hope, right? Because there should be valiant efforts to get homeless, the indigent, the seniors in our society, people who live alone, challenge, get them into shelter and safety and with company at this time. So we may not be hearing it, but let's trust it is happening. Let us hope it is part of the national security and the national emergency plan, and that, police officers, probably nurses, people like that, other groups, the Ministry of Social and Community Development, that those groups are targeting those individuals and getting them to safe places. I know churches also, in case of the Catholic Church, and so they'll be looking at the people in the homes, what's happening with them, getting people in with them. I know that happens over the course of time. But as to people who may be, isolated in communities and neighbors as well, because, Kenroy, this is a time when we have to prepare together, right? You don't stay behind your gate and prepare for yourself. You have to look out for the community because we are all being impacted by this. So we have to prepare together. So I trust that is happening, because we really, really, really do not want any reports of people being left alone and having suffered, challenges, even fatalities in this very, very, very critical event that is about to occur.
Mm-hmm. Brenda, how do you truly feel about Hurricane Beryl moving in on the Windward Islands? I mean, we've seen the disaster that was Ivan.
Mm-hmm. So, typically, I'm sunshiny. The glass is always half full for me, and the glass have no ceiling. But this is an act of nature. This is a weather system. That is something that we have no control over. But what we have is what many of us have is the experience of 20 years ago, Hurricane Ivan. And I have those experiences, right? And not to make it about me, but just to share. And I specifically want to share that we have the Met services and the authorities have indicated that our window of impact is 2 a.m. Monday morning through 2 p.m. In the case of Ivan, they told us, I think it was going to be 1 p.m. through 6 the afternoon. I remember, Kenroy, from about 11:30, we started to experience really deteriorating and grave conditions. So I just want people to remember that 2 a.m. to 2 p.m. has been stated, but there could be an instance, as it was with Ivan, that maybe we can start having severe weather, maybe even before midnight, and we have to be careful. And so that is why even the state of emergency, right, and have people not moving, sit still. So you basically we have the next, I would say, till 5 o'clock, people should be sorted out, because around 6 o'clock, the police, the SSU, everybody would be out, roads would be blocked, and so movement would be prohibited. And that is for our safety. That is not to control us and lock us down. That is part of the preparation and taking care of us. So we all come out of this safe. Because at the heart of this, Kenroy, and you ask me how I truly feel, is after Ivan, our emphasis, I believe, from my experience with Ivan, should be on protecting our lives. We can build back a house, we can buy back a car, but we should really pay attention to protecting our lives, right? There's the logistical things of insurance, and so that happens after. So taking pictures of your property when the adjusters come in, they would, the before and after shots, that would be good. That would help in them, quantifying what they should give to you and so on. Your things like, your medicine, make sure you have it, and your passport, your license, your will, your deed, all these things, you have them in a safe place. But outside of that, let us just try to, as best as we can, to preserve our lives. Property, ain't much we can do when Beryl comes through. Yeah.
It's interesting you mentioned about, yes, there's the 12-hour window, 2 a.m. to 2 p.m. relative to what to expect, but there is it's like the preamble, if you will, prior to the real thing. Because I remember yesterday, the forecaster, Gerard Tamer from the Met Office at MBIA, he said that we should expect a deterioration in weather by Sunday, like late Sunday afternoon, early Sunday evening. So there is most likely going to be this preamble, if you will, that sort of thing before the real thing happens.
Yes.
But 12-hour window, that 2 a.m. to 2 p.m. is quite expansive. A lot can happen during that period.
Yes, a lot, and it's quite an experience. A lot, lots of moving parts. Rain, the sound of the wind. What's the MPH again?
130.
Right, and climbing.
Yeah.
Right. So you know what that sounds like? So all of these things, and that is why we have to get children ready as well. And even now, while we're having conversations and we're preparing, we have to be careful like how we look and sound in front of our children, so they don't pick up that we ourselves are nervous. Because I think everybody is nervous, you know. Is more than we let on, because what can you just don't know what would happen. And as human beings, we really like to be in control. We like to control outcomes and all of that, but we don't know. So all we can do is prepare. And the other powerful P, pray. And yes, we're nervous, but a sense of calm is to be maintained, and be cautious to preserve your life, that of your family, and again, don't spend too much time on the on the superficial things. Let's take care of us and each other, and once we survive together, we will build back the house, buy back the car, build back the fence, and those things.
So the priority is preserving lives.
Yeah.
Yeah, well said indeed. Earlier I started to talk about there are people who will be heading into shelters because, their structures won't be adequate to withstand what's to happen. And I'm just so mindful of all of us, especially people who are heading to shelters, the need to coexist with your fellow citizens in these shelters. Some things will be allowed, some things will be disallowed, and the importance of adhering to the rules and regulations there.
Yeah, yes, absolutely, because you have to coexist for quite a while. And it's all different types of people in very, you're leaving home. It's not going to be home, and it's not a hotel. And I think we should be advised as well when we're going there, if we can take things with us, whatever, perishable, non-perishables, water, all of that, just don't, put too much burden on the management of the shelter to feed families and so on. So whatever we can carry there. And I think, Kenroy, at this juncture, based on all the information that has been shared with us thus far, it might be a really good thing for people to get to shelters as early as they can. If you identify that you should go there, you need to be there, you should start going there now.
Oh, so as opposed to in the midst of what's to happen?
No. In the midst of what's to happen, how do you get to a shelter?
Right.
You'll be putting yourself in danger.
Yes.
So if you can get to it as early as because they're open and manned now. So if you can get to one now, I know they have asked people in low-lying areas to evacuate, and maybe the word should be mandatory, especially for low-lying areas. We heard about the swells and the surges and all of that will come. We heard about the rainfall that, put 3 months together. We're going to get that in the next probably day or so, next 12 to 24 hours. So just think about all of that, process all of that. We have to take these preemptive measures. And even the folks we spoke about who live alone and, need company, because I would advise everyone who live alone, Kenroy, many people live alone, young people, older people, find company. And if you can't find company, find a shelter. Go there where there are people. You know, shame in going to a shelter because you figure you're a hot girl. Right? Yeah. Go there for your safety and, you know, cohabitate, mingle, and be safe with the people there. And again, move early, because you really cannot move when the storm is raging. When the hurricane, rather, it's not a storm. When the hurricane is raging, we can't move. So it'd be really wise to make the movements now to the shelters. Yep.
Yes. You know, we haven't heard just yet, and I'm saying just yet because perhaps it may be announced later on. But we haven't heard about any mandatory evacuation order, and I'm bringing this up because there are several low-lying communities across Grenada. What comes to mind, for example, Soubise or Marquis in St. Andrew. You know, these areas are prone to flooding, and we've been hearing that there's going to be a lot of rainfall activity.
Yeah. Yes, and the sea swells associated with it, and the surge that will come from it. Because remember, when the surge comes, what happens, right? It comes on. So we have to be prepared for what's going to be happening to our infrastructure, our roads, our bridges, those sea walls, even some of the sea walls that have been built, you know, they're going to be tested and so on. So we have to bear all of that in mind, especially those of us who have the living experience and memory of Ivan. So let's try to do a little better this time by helping each other with information, you know, with resource, with whatever we can, so we can all get through this better together, because this is coming and we can't put a hand on it. But we surely can put a hand on things to prepare ourselves, to preserve our lives as much as we can, you know, for this event of Beryl.
All right. So we have two notices coming in to us. This one is from Republic Bank, Grenada Limited, concerning a temporary branch closure. Republic Bank advises that all branches will be closed from July 1, 2024 until further notice. This has become necessary in light of the impending Hurricane Beryl. We will advise on the resumption of branch operations subject to assessment and advice from our National Disaster Emergency Management Agency and other emergency operations. We hope you and your family stay safe and encourage everyone to utilize Republic Mobile and Republic Online. Okay. Another notice, due to the passage of Hurricane Beryl, the Grantley Adams International Airport will be closed from 7 p.m. today, June 30, 2024, until further notice. For updates on flight information, passengers are advised to contact their respective airlines directly. We urge everyone on the island to take all necessary precautions to ensure their safety during this time. Stay tuned to official channels for further updates. It's coming in there from Charlene Brown. She's the Corporate Communications Specialist at Grantley Adams International Airport. That's in Barbados, of course.
I suspect we'll see something similar from MBIA later today.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the thing, the whole situation is just so fluid.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. All right. Right, we have two videos to bring to you at this time. The first, the Carriacou oyster bed, right? Boats, we understand, have been safely docked. So let's go to that video and we'll come back, Brenda and I, in a moment.
The boats will be taking shelter. So we started from the entrance. This is the entrance to the oyster bed where a lot of the boats will be taking shelter for the hurricane. I'm going to try to give the video as quick as possible, or maybe we will speed it up later on. ahead, so. All on both sides. There she is. Baptiste. We got you. Alright. Alright. All the big guys are in. Yeah, both sides. All the way down. So I'm gonna pause and we'll resume down there. Extra anchors, everything we put down. Yeah, so all the fishing boats are in, everyone, both sides of the bay. Blueprint, Trinity, Lady D. Yo. It's like a maze going through the ropes. Kira from Palm Island is also in. All the tuna boats finished, incomplete, working, they're all inside. As we go down into the bigger parts of the mangrove area. Sailboats. They're all inside. Lambi Queen, Saline Island. They're all inside.
All right. So I have to say, very proactive measure there. And what do you think about that? You know, these boats are being safely secured, not waiting on a certain time, but they have taken, you know, in advance. They've really taken in front to secure.
Yeah, seafarers always know. They always know. They pay attention. You know, now lots of them are in chat groups. They talk to each other. They hear what's happening on over, you know, VHF radios, and you know, those of us, even those in the ham radio groups, and so some of them are. So they always know, and they are always ahead, really, of those of us who are on land. So it's good that most of them found places to
So we're starting from the entrance. This is
similar things as you look up the Grenadine Islands, Kenroy. You can see that happening as well. It's happening in Canwan. It's happening on Union Island, Beckway, and even those from St. Vincent. I think there are cross from St. Vincent, moving from St. Vincent all the way to Carriacou. You know, so that is happening. That is actively happening.
Yes, yes. We have another video to bring to you this time. It has to do with the Bel Air Road being open for emergency purposes, the Bel Air Road. So take a listen, take a look, and we'll be back right after.
We are prepared. All right, so as you know, we are preparing for Hurricane Beryl, and we know that the hospital is in Bel Air, and currently the Bel Air Road is open for emergency purposes to get to and from the hospital. So just some information coming in that the Bel Air Road is made available to get to and from the hospital for emergency purposes. So when when you get to this point, of course, you will have to exercise some caution. Be careful when you get to this point, because as we know that the road is incomplete. Right, again, just to mention that the hospital road is made available for emergency purposes due to the passage of tropical storm, Hurricane Beryl, sorry.
All right, so the Bel Air Road there on the Sister Isle of Carriacou, the voice, I believe, of Rena Mills on the Sister Isle, all right, of Carriacou. I want to get your perspective on this, Brenda, for the time being. You know, during the broadcast, since we came on air, at least 2 individuals called in to say that, well, they were inquiring about the shelters in their communities. And they were disappointed because they expected, for example, a particular building to be used as a shelter, but the building wasn't used. And they weren't happy at all that they had to journey, if at all, to a shelter which is quote unquote away from them.
Right.
But what I want to understand is, and feel free to share your perspective on it, not every building can be used as a shelter. So, you know, sometimes we may think it's near to us, it's near to villagers, people in the community, and that it should be used, but perhaps it has not met the requirements to be approved as a shelter.
Yeah, well, you said it. More or less, that is what it is. There might be other modalities in terms of who owns the property, who owns the building, their willingness to have it as a shelter, and there are other considerations. How do you qualify a building as a shelter? And while it may look fine to the naked eye, it may not meet the requirements, and I think for the most part that is what it is. Normally when NADMA goes out on their awareness campaigns, and so they normally explain these things to us, but you know, Kenroy, at that time we're not listening because nothing is happening. So it's like, shelter? What are you talking about, right? So, yes, I know people may see that the church, you know, I live close to the church. Why is the church a shelter? You know, the church may have said, no, you know, we don't want to be listed as a shelter, you know, for various reasons. There may be a big, you know, a community center. Those, you know, the government, the properties government own, or churches, schools, that sort of thing, you'd find those as shelters, but not all of them. And there are reasons why, and that would be in what the requirements NADMA has to determine as shelters. At the moment, all we can ask people to do is to please cooperate and work with the shelters that have been officially announced and named and will be manned and resourced by NADMA.
Indeed, indeed. You know, Brenda, you know, we've been hearing by the authorities, the weather experts, this term being referred to as rapid intensification. And, you know, I have to admit, on national TV, I thought it was just another way of expressing the development of the system. But this is actually an item, because according to the authorities, rapid intensification is defined as wind increase of 35 miles per hour or more in a 24-hour period. And Beryl has literally increased from 35 to 75 miles per hour in fact, less than 24 hours.
Yeah, the forecasters are saying between 12 and 15, and that's it. That's another phenom of the lady Beryl that is quite concerning. And so everything we are being asked to do, we cannot reiterate enough. Everything we're being asked to do, we should, and then some, as it relates to being cautious and cautionary.
Yes, absolutely.
Because she is, and the conditions are there. The conditions are there. The forecasters and meteorologists and everyone, the experts, everywhere you read, everywhere you listen, they are telling you that the conditions are there for her further strengthening and her further intensification in terms of speed. Yeah?
Yes, you're spot on. The conditions are very favorable, according to them. Yep. Indeed. Yep. In fact, one of the experts was talking about the heat content, more than just the warm water, but the water being very warm, in his words, and the sheer wind contributing to the favorable conditions for the continued development of Beryl. Right. So a lot is going on, and we continue to encourage individuals, stay in the loop as best you can. Yeah. How do we tell people not to be anxious in a time like this?
We can't. By our own actions, by how we communicate to them, by the words we use, we can't. I am sitting here and I am anxious. But is it showing? I don't think so. Right? So let's get that out of the way. We're humans. Yes. And as I said earlier, many of us have had the iPhone experience. And I'm not a psychologist by any stretch of the imagination. Happen to know a little thing or two that it will trigger the anxiety in some people who went through it. I know it is happening, and that's why I encourage people who live alone not to be alone during this time.
Yes. Yeah. Finally, for now, and I'm saying for now because Brenda and I will, of course, be at NADMA for continued coverage there. So you can feel free to join us along with the other presenters at NADMA. Yeah. I have to ask you, goodness gracious, I just lost my thought, but so wanted to get your perspective on it. Goodness, hopefully it comes back, Brenda.
Say NADMA again, because that's where you lost it.
Goodness gracious, but no doubt a lot is happening. The situation is extremely fluid. Yeah. Right, I think I'm getting it back. Mm-hmm. So, should Hurricane Beryl continue on its current focus track? It's now an extremely dangerous, according to the authorities, Category 4 hurricane. It moves in on the Windward Islands. There is now the aftermath of the mess that's, will need to be addressed.
Yeah. Yes, there's the event, because a hurricane, a storm, is an event. So in the natural course of an event, you go through the event, and then there's the aftermath, right? So the aftermath, just think about anything you go to and what the aftermath is like. What do you do after? You're putting back the chairs in places, you're picking up the rubble, depending on if it was a real shakedown kind of mass. And you're putting back together. And so the concern for us with what we're seeing in terms of the strength of this storm, Kenroy, it has to be our infrastructure. It has to be, our tourism plant. It has to be agriculture, and it has to be with, the population and our dwelling homes, our businesses. So that is a concern. But in all of it, right? So that's the aftermath. That's Monday, maybe Monday night, I don't know. And the thing about, or Tuesday morning, because it's not definite. What forecasters do is they give you the window of the heaviest impact or intensity, as they normally would say, and you wait. And remember, you can't come out immediately because you still have to. So then the authorities would say when, and maybe we could just go out on our verandas or porches if they're still standing, and come out and see what it is. And then the country needs to start to pick up from there, all of us individually and collectively. Mm-hmm. But the aftermath is another storm in itself, if you will. And so one thing at a time. One thing at a time. Let's don't even go there. one thing at a time. Let's just, have it in our consciousness, yes, in terms of the things that, what may happen. The roads, immediately we know that roads, so our public works, but Ministry of Infrastructure and all of those people need to be on standby almost immediately. Grenlec and Nawasa, we don't have to talk about them. They have perfect plans in place. They have done this forever and ever and ever. So we don't have to worry about them at all. And of course our telecoms providers and so on. And it might be a good time for us to remind people to charge their devices. There's a lot of chattering going on now, everybody busy, but please remember to keep your devices charged because, Grenlec would monitor, and when they realize things are becoming treacherous, the power will go out. What is coming here with Beryl, the power will definitely go out at some point. So just prepare for that, have your battery packs and all of those things. But let's hope, Kenroy, let's really hope, and let's pray that it really is a case where we can pick up the pieces as we always have and move on. But the aftermath is there's going to be rubble, and we're going to have to do some massive cleaning up and rebuilding. Yeah.
This is interesting. Absolutely, and you said something very interesting a while ago. After the system has passed, well, at least sometimes we think the system has passed, but really we'll have to wait on the all clear from the authorities to venture out and so on. And, yes, even if the system wraps up, 2 a.m. to 2 p.m., the brunt of the activity, and let's say, it's so fluid because it can go even longer or shorter. You know, things are really fluid. Yeah. But we really have to wait and see to make, the preliminary assessments and so on in the aftermath. But no doubt, we need to keep on taking the necessary precautions at this time. Yeah. So we're encouraging residents, do not be complacent. No. Try your best. Don't be complacent. My way to GBN, I met somebody and the person was saying to me, this is not coming our direction. But the signs are there. The reporting is there. And so please take the necessary precautions. I usually say to people,
those are just words to reassure, reset heart.
I know, right?
That's probably just probably taking care, saying that to take care of all the rumblings that's going on inside.
Right, right. And while he's saying that, another one was saying he's feeling Ivan heat.
Well, a lot of people have said that. Yeah. A lot of people are saying that, actually. There's an ominous correlation, but we won't get into that.
Yes.
We just got to be ready as best as we can. And again, I really implore everyone, all Grenada, everybody across the island of Grenada, the island of Carriacou, the island of Petit Martinique, to please, your first order of business should be to preserve your life and that of those in your immediate environs. Don't run out of the house and run back home for things. Once you have life, I believe, Kenroy, that things will come again. We can always put things back in order, but our lives, let's try and preserve that as best as we can.
Okay, very well. Yes. All right, so we're on the tail end to wrap, but of course our coverage will continue from NADMA headquarters. We will be teaming up with other presenters there as we bring you up to speed on what's going on throughout the rest of the day, okay, into the night, of course. So that's it. So all the very best. Brenda, good to see you once more.
Yes, you too, Kenroy. It's a pleasure being back home after 4 years.
Yeah, it's good to see you.
Popping in. Beryl brought me here. Oh dear.
You're something else. Don't forget, ladies and gents, the state of emergency will be instituted from 7 o'clock this evening for 7 days, according to Prime Minister Deacon Mitchell. Okay, so be mindful of that. Please adhere to it. All right. Brenda, that's it for us, from us for now?
That's it. Again, to everyone, be prepared, be prayerful, and be cautious, and try your best to remain calm. So, every blessing, and let's count our blessings.
Yes. Grenada, be safe, take care. You are loved. Goodbye for now.
Welcome back to Tracking Hurricane Beryl, live coverage of preparations for the impending landfall of Hurricane Beryl. Of course, a lot happening behind the scenes to ensure that we're prepared for what's to come. Hurricane Beryl is currently a Category 4 hurricane, and of course, that has significant implications. Thanks, of course, to Abby for carrying us through the first hour and a half of this live broadcast. I'm Wendy Chateau. I will be with you for the next hour and a half or so. At this point, we have with us two doctors. We have Dr. Kimond Cummins, who's the Chief Veterinary Officer, and Dr. Sean Charles, the Chief Medical Officer. We will start with Dr. Cummins, who's going to share with us, welcome Dr. Cummins, first of all. He's going to share with us some tips for livestock owners. Of course, in preparations, we think about securing our important documents, things that we hold dear to us. And in a lot of cases, we have animals, sometimes pets. And we've heard before that you can't take your pets to the hurricane shelters. So Dr. Cummins is going to share with us some tips on one with regards to livestock and maybe pets. Dr. Cummins?
Sure. Pleasant good afternoon, and thank you. As we know, the aftermath or post-disaster, any post-disaster with respect to livestock, it could have some negative implication on food security, because most of our farmers, they provide some significant support to our food security program. So it's quite important for us to ensure that we safeguard our farmers' investment from the Ministry of Agriculture end. So it's important for me to be here to offer some for safety, some tips to our farmers that they can use, so in the long term they can secure some of the investment, which is the animals, of course. So what I would like for most of our farmers, I would assume that given the warning which has been issued a couple of days ago, our farmers would have taken the initiative to actually procure good food, whether it's grains or whatever the case is, or store grass, because they may be, depends on what the weather, what the conditions outside might be, they probably may not be able to go outside. So buying feed and storing is quite important. Fresh water for the animals for a couple of days, especially the birds, poultry. And in terms of storing feed, you would like to make sure that the feed are stored in areas that it's quite dry and wouldn't take on any moisture, allow the feed to spoil and have any kind of molds and so to them. We know most of our farmers, there's very few farmers that have properly structured housing, and the majority of farmers actually tie the animals outside. So what I would like to do, what I would like for most, especially the farmers who tie outside, ensure that they move the animals from threatened areas, and when I say threatened areas, flood-prone areas, right? Some farmers may, because now the rain is starting to fall back, so some people may find areas close to the ravine where there's there's feed now. Close to the river, there's feed. Lower grassland areas where, those are highly prone flooded areas. So I would like for the farmers to actually remove these animals from these areas and bring them more into the highlands or areas where it's less flood prone, keep them safe. Also, the farmers who has pens, it's important that they ensure that the animals, if they do have pen, ensure that the animals in pen and the place is properly secured. This is quite important for them. Make sure that there is adequate feed and water, and try to loose them off so there's less stress, especially if they're in the pen and with all the high winds and activities going on. Some of them may try to stress, they would be stressed, they would try to run and try to move themselves. So you don't want to tie them inside the pen because you may have some choking or a couple of them might get themselves damaged. So it's important that if you have them in the pen, you let them go, let them kind of free up inside a little bit, and adequate feed and water is important as well. With the farmers who have a large amount of animals that are outside, if they can find a place that is very secure to put them, that would be very important. If they have land space that is, well contained, especially those that have cattle, would be good enough that they could let them go in there, rather than have them tied to areas that may cause some more damages to them, like under trees or so forth. I would like for them not to be under trees at all. That's definitely a no.
What would you say in a situation where I might have an animal tethered outside and I decide maybe I should just let it loose? Is that okay to do?
I would say yes and no, but depends on where you are. Sometimes letting it loose might be the most safest thing. They would actually find safety, right? Because most of these animals are quite used to being outside in the harsh conditions. So it's, they'll survive. Farmers who does poultry, they're quite stationary, so they can't move the pens, but it'd be good enough that the farmers look at make sure that they have proper drainage, because there might be some flooding. We expect quite a bit of water. There's flood-prone measures you could take. There's sandbags you could use at the entrance of the pen or any way that you think there'll be a large amount of water moving in. But your drainage is quite important. Ensure that there's proper drainage, that most of these waters can move without actually going in and cause a lot of flooding and drowning. And I believe that once you believe that the animals you would have done your best in terms of ensuring their safety. I would say if during the course of the event, you stay in until until the aftermath, and then you come out and make a check, not during, because this may compromise both your safety and the animals.
Yeah. Let's move now to Dr. Sean Charles, who's the Chief Medical Officer. So we spoke a little bit about the animals, but in terms of preparing for the landfall of Hurricane Beryl, what steps should individuals take at this time from a health perspective?
Good afternoon, and thank you for this question. Our goal at the Ministry of Health is to prevent illness, injury, and death. And in the lead up to any event that can cause any of these, we ask persons to pay particular attention to the preventive advice that is given by all of the authorities that are managing these events. This storm, this event, this hurricane that is approaching, all of the advice that we are given by the experts at the Met Office and so on indicates that it is going to be a severe storm. So our first advice to persons, to everyone in the population, is to examine their surroundings and to secure themselves and their families. All right, that is the first advice. This means examining where you live. All right, if it's a low-lying area prone to floods, close to a ravine, close to a cliff, you should consider moving away from that location. Examine the structure that you live in, that you inhabit, to verify or to determine whether it is structurally sound. If it is not, then the advice is to either move to another location, either to the home of a family or a friend, or to one of the designated shelter. The aim of this is to prevent injury, which is one of the immediate concerns when we speak of events such as these hurricanes that we are facing. But there are other concerns as well. There are individuals who may have chronic conditions. You know that you are required to be on medication for these. Ensure that you secure these medications. All right? If you are diabetic, if you're hypertensive, if you have asthma or any condition, ensure that you have sufficient quantities of medication. Ensure that your medication is in a safe place, and carry it with you when you go to your shelter or to your place of refuge. If you are, for example, diabetic and you are on insulin, if you're going to a shelter, speak to the shelter managers, because as we know, insulin requires refrigeration. Walk with a cooler if you have, all right, to ensure that the quality of your medication is maintained. When you get to a shelter or wherever that is safe to ride out this storm, ensure that you adhere to the rules that are in place to keep everyone safe. And wait for the instructions before venturing out. This is to avoid persons going out at a time when the hazard has not yet passed, and then they may encounter some sort of injury. So these few simple advice we ask persons to remember and to adhere to. Now, there is one particular concern that we wish to alert the public about. As many of you are aware, we have been experiencing a gastroenteritis outbreak. In fact, this outbreak has continued up until last week. This week, cases have continued to increase. So it means that in addition to this storm, all right, we were already experiencing a health situation that was of concern to us all in the health sector and to the public in general. Persons who are going to shelters, ensure that you make additional provisions for hygiene. Walk with soap. Ensure that maybe walk with a small bottle of bleach so that you can use to put in water to help in the cleaning of surfaces and so on. Ensure that you walk with sanitary wares such as toilet paper and all of these. If you have symptoms, you need to exercise additional precautions. Ensure that hands are washed thoroughly after using the washroom, before preparing meals, before placing your hand on your face or your mouth for any reasons. This is to avoid the spread of gastroenteritis within the shelter environment. So we want persons to pay particular attention to this, so that in addition to the storm, we do not have added problems. Now, the Ministry of Health has been preparing for the storm. Our preparation started some time ago. Yesterday we had a Health Disaster Committee meeting where we updated on the status of our readiness. There was a few concerns identified, and we were so happy that following the NIAC meeting yesterday, the majority of these that could have been remedied, they were remedied. So I can state that we are at present for a health sector in a state of readiness for the impending storm.
Well, that would have been my next question in terms of the state of readiness. Persons who may, God forbid, be injured in the storm. in terms of the capacity of the hospital and so on to be able to deal with whatever injuries, the medical stations and so on. What happens post Hurricane Beryl in that regard?
Right. So, as part of this preparation for this hurricane that we are about to experience, all our health sectors have activated the disaster plans. Now, at the level of hospitals, the hospitals have activated the disaster plans. These plans include arrangements for patients. They include the categorization of patients. They also include the arrangements for staff to ensure that there is continuity of service. Now, the hospital is going to continue to function throughout the storm. All right, the hospital is going to continue to function throughout the storm. The relevant arrangements have been made to ensure that all of the specialists and other support services are in place throughout the storm. In fact, all of the individuals who are on call today, they will be remaining at the hospital throughout the night, throughout tomorrow, until this storm passes. And once the storm passes, then they will be relieved by another team. So the services at the hospitals, and not just at the General Hospital, we are speaking about Princess Alice Hospital, Princess Royal, Mount Gay hospitals. We have made arrangements so that the services continue throughout, before, during, and after this storm.
I want to speak specific to the General Hospital because for persons who may have relatives there, based on the location of the hospital, it's right there, exposed to the sea and so on. So there might be some concern in terms of safety at the hospital.
Right. So all of these are taken into consideration in our contingency plan, and we must remember that this hospital withstood the Hurricane Ivan and continued to provide services before, during, and after. And we anticipate that in this instance, this will continue. Now, we have made some preparatory. We have conducted some preparatory actions, such as in those areas that are prone to damage and so on. We have installed shutters, and we have taken other actions to ensure that the facility is more resilient and can withstand this threat. Now, we also have a team of maintenance staff that will be at the station, at the facility throughout this event. So we have electrical, lab, biomedical, all of these individuals are remaining at the facility and would ensure that they address any issue that arise throughout.
Okay, I want to go back to Dr. Cummins for a bit. Dr. Cummins, in terms of persons with pets, so I know with regards to dogs especially, there's this, I've heard, I don't have a pet, but I've heard, in terms of the lightning and the thunder and that kind of thing, what if I have to go to a shelter? I can't take my pet. What do I do with my pet? Is it okay to leave my pet alone?
That's a really good question. That's a really good question. In this case, persons can let them off. As I said, they normally, most of the times, they're fine. They'll adjust to the weather conditions, so they would be fine. And for persons who would be home and their place are secure and they can. They don't have to evacuate and go to a shelter. There is medical treatment that can be used. There is oral sedatives that can be used to keep them calm throughout the duration of the activity. So they can do either. In my case, I'm going to do oral sedation for my pets, and they're going to stay inside and sleep for the rest of the night.
Okay, so we can like, if I'm having trouble sleeping, I can take something to help me sleep. We can do that, the same thing with the pets.
I would let Dr. Sean answer this one. But in terms of the pets, yes, you can, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
From the Ministry of Agriculture perspective and your division, what's your preparedness mechanism?
All right. So as you know, we've been here. We've been prepping the farmers, and we've been doing it throughout the year. Always having little bulletins going out in terms of what to expect, what to do during those kind of weather conditions, and even post disaster. Actually, today we would have started a WhatsApp group with all the veterinarians on island, letting them know what to expect and how we move forward post disaster. And so one of the things we've always been doing is that I've always been procuring enough medical supplies in the event of any natural disaster that we can respond appropriately. So post Beryl, we have all the doctors who are, who is part of the team, would be outside providing veterinary care.
How does one reach a member of your team?
They would have to reach me. So my contact is 417-3238. That's the government contact, and they would contact me, and then I would disseminate the information to the rest of the team, and then we would respond appropriately.
Okay, Dr. Charles, is there anything else you wanted to add in terms of preparedness? Anything persons should be particularly mindful of?
Right. So, we cannot overstate enough. One, we must focus on what are the hazards that are associated with, this hurricane. We have high winds, we have heavy rains, which can lead to a lot of physical injury. That is usually the first concern is to avoid physical injury. As much as possible, we are encouraging persons to take every action that they can do now to prepare and to prevent these things from occurring. After the storm, then we look at other things, because sometimes after the storm, the environment becomes more conducive to infectious diseases, non-communicable diseases. So, for example, persons may have lost all of their property, including their medication. They have limited access to health care because roads are impassable. Electricity is gone, so perishable items cannot be maintained at least at sufficient quality. So as much as possible, our advice to everyone is prepare and prevent. All right. Our main focus right now as a Ministry of Health is to ensure that we prevent persons from suffering injury. All right, persons are prevented from exposure to disease or their disease going out of control. All right, and to prevent deaths. All right, and we need the public to take this seriously and to ensure that they adopt the necessary behaviors that will make sure that they're safe. We will do our part. All right, we will do our part as a Ministry of Health to ensure that we maintain access to health services. All right, like I say, before, during, and after the storm. All right, and that is also a key priority for us.
I want to stick a question in here with regards to, I know there are a lot of persons who experienced Hurricane Ivan who are now experiencing some level of anxiety. What would be your advice to persons of that nature at this point in time?
Well, firstly, it's only natural. It's only natural for persons to be anxious because I believe I was told that Ivan was Category 3. Mm-hmm. And we are looking at Category 4. So you are expecting the worst. So it's only natural to be anxious. But I would say I mean, the most important thing that I would advise persons is use your experience from Ivan to adjust your behavior, all right, as it relates to facing this storm. If you know that you had a very terrible time in Ivan, think about the things that you were unable to do to ensure that your experience wasn't as bad, and try and do those things now. If you know you need to evacuate, if you know your area is not the best, if you live next to a river, like I say, you know, this is the time. If you live next to the sea and it is predicted that there will be high surge, it will be very difficult for you to move during a storm. All right? So my advice, prepare, follow the advice. You know, prevention is much better than the cure.
As they say. Thank you very much, Dr. Chucks. Any final words from you?
Quite similarly to what Dr. Sean would have alluded to earlier, you know, most of these farmers would have been die-hard farmers for quite a while, being in the industry. So again, they knew what they would have experienced post-Ivan, during Ivan. They know what they didn't do pre-Ivan. And, you know, we would allow, well, not just allow, but ask them to tighten up on some of the preparedness measures, and that would kind of minimize some of the losses post-Beryl.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. We'll take a short break and we'll be right back.
Good afternoon, Grenada, Carriacou, and PT Martinique. We are live from the National Emergency Operations Center at the NADMA headquarters. This is our 3 o'clock update. Joining us is Ms. Cassia John, forecaster at the Meteorological Office at the Morris Bishop International Airport. We also have Javon Williams, Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Carriacou and PT Martinique Affairs, who will provide some updates as to what is happening in Carriacou and PT Martinique. And we are also joined by Dr. Terence Walters from NADMA. So begin this 3 o'clock update. I want to take you over to Ms. Cassia John, forecaster at the Meteorological Office.
Good afternoon to the nation. As of 2 p.m. today, the location of the center of Hurricane Beryl was located at 10.9 degrees north, 55.6 degrees west, which is approximately 421 miles east-southeast of Grenada. Its maximum sustained winds is now 130 miles per hour, which makes Hurricane Beryl a strong Category 4 hurricane. It currently moves towards the west at 21 miles per hour, and its minimum central pressure is 960 millibars. As I said before, it is a dangerous Category 4 hurricane and is expected to cross the Windward Islands at the same strength as a Category 4 hurricane. If you look at your screen, you can see the path that Beryl is expected to take closer to Carriacou and PT Martinique, and its width is expected to cover the entire state of Grenada. Hurricane warning remains in effect for Grenada, which means that hurricane conditions are expected within the warning area within the next 36 hours. For the hazards, we are expecting winds of 130 miles per hour with higher gusts close to the eye wall, and around that area is expected for Grenada. Rainfall of 3 to 6 inches across the Windward Islands through Monday is expected, with localized maxima of 10 inches. And storm surge is also still expected, with as much as 6 to 9 feet above the normal tide levels. I repeat that Hurricane Beryl is now a Category 4 hurricane, and we remain under a hurricane warning at this time. Over to you.
Thank you, and my apologies. I believe it's Cassia Johnson. Thank you so much. And we now want to hear from Nadma, who continues to monitor the hurricane, and Dr. Walters is going to give us some more updates and some tips for preparing. And then we go over to Carriacou and PG Martinique.
Thank you very much, Press Secretary, and we continue to monitor Hurricane Beryl. Grenada and its dependencies, we are currently under a hurricane warning, and that means that we can experience hurricane conditions within 36 hours. But however, as advised by the Meteorological Office, we can experience those hurricane conditions tonight. Now, Category 4 hurricane is a dangerous hurricane with dangerously strong winds. Hurricane Ivan was Category 3 when it impacted Grenada. This hurricane is approaching us, and it is currently a Category 4. Dangerous winds. Hurricane force winds and storm force winds, dangerous winds. So we ask the general population to take this very seriously. We ask you to take this very seriously. NADMA conducted a meeting of the National Emergency that's the National Emergency Advisory Council last evening, that's Saturday, and several decisions were made. The main ones: we have activated our shelters. All shelters have been activated. The district emergency operation centers located at Black Bay, River Sally, Pearls, Carriacou and PG Martinique, these have been activated, and we have also activated the National Emergency Operation Center, which is at the NADMA headquarters at Montjelou. So we have activated these centers, have activated our shelters, and we ask people who are in low-lying areas, or if you think where you are, your home will not be able to withstand the storm, that if you think your home will not be able to withstand the storm, that you seek shelter with family or friends, because your home is your first place of shelter. If you think your home is or will not be able to withstand, you seek shelter with family or friends, and if that fails, then you seek a shelter at the emergency shelters. We have distributed the emergency shelter list. We've sent it out via social media and other means, so you have access to the list of emergency shelters, and please know the shelter that is closest to you. We've activated all our volunteers and our district teams, and our district teams are out ensuring that people are safe, that they're providing the services that are necessary for people to be safe. Just a few tips from us here at NADMA. Please ensure that you have some non-perishable food. Ensure that you store water for about 3 days, 3 or more days. Again, non-perishable food and water for about 3 or more days. Your disaster supplies kit, things like flashlight, your flashlight and batteries, your battery-operated radio. You may have a first aid kit. Importantly, please secure your important documents, your passports and your bank cards and insurance policies. Please secure your important documents in watertight containers or packages. Please ensure that you do that. We've shared the experience after Hurricane Ivan in 2004, when many people lost their passports. So we're asking you to please secure your important documents. And now is a good time to check with family and friends to ensure that they are safe. A very good time to check with family and friends. So we continue to provide you with updates on this dangerous Category 4 Hurricane Beryl, which will impact Grenada later tonight and into tomorrow. So please, we ask you again to remain safe where you are, and we are going to go into curfew, if we call it a curfew, later at 7 o'clock, where we anticipate that no one will be outside after 7 p.m. All right, so we ask you to rush your preparations, do what is necessary at this time, because you will not be allowed on the streets after 7 p.m. Right, thank you very much from us here at NADMA.
Thank you, Dr. Walters. We want to take you over to Carriacou and Petit Martinique. We have Permanent Secretary Javon Williams on standby, waiting to share some updates as to what is happening in Carriacou and Petit Martinique. PS, are you with us?
Yes, good evening.
All right, could you give us an update as to what's happening now in Carriacou?
All right, good evening, Ms. Etienne, Dr. Walters, and the others from the Grenada end. To the citizens of Carriacou and Petit Martinique, Grenada on a whole, preparations are taken very seriously in Carriacou and Petit Martinique at this stage. As of 9 a.m. this morning, we had a stakeholders meeting with the various entities and personnel to look at the way going forward with this impending weather pattern affecting us. So the police security levels are in place. We have the utilities giving some updates on the preparedness and readiness, the hospital, the home for the senior citizens. Currently, we have our social development staff on the outside gathering information and assisting the seniors where possible. Even currently just ending, but continuing, where we have the police vehicle going around with the siren for a lot of citizens, then announcements are being made on that broadcast system to ensure that people take this thing serious. We have noticed that people are taking the preparation serious, who are doing batting down of their windows and doors. Some people are preparing sandbags. Volunteers are out in the shelters that are activated. We are currently organizing basic food items to place in all shelters and waters and so on. So the preparation is taken serious. The citizens are responding to the call for preparedness, and we just pray for good faith at the end of the day.
Thank you, Javon, for that update, and we thank you to all those who are volunteering. I think now is a great time to volunteer, and as we stressed earlier, look out for a neighbor. Now might be a really good time to look out for a neighbor, look out for an elderly, somebody who is physically challenged in your community, and of course the less fortunate. And I know I saw some posts earlier today where people were offering space in their homes. Now that is very commendable, and if you can afford to do that, please continue to lend a hand to those in need. We are continuing to monitor the situation with Hurricane Beryl, and we continue to share information as it becomes available as often as possible. And once again, Hurricane Beryl has become a Category 4, and so that means it has escalated. So all precautionary measures must be observed, right? And if you have to go to a shelter, please try to make the preparations now, because once the system starts, it will be very dangerous to move through it. So thank you for joining us. This has been our 3 o'clock update. Join us again at 5 o'clock for another update as to the Hurricane Beryl and the direction that is taking. Thank you. Stay tuned for more updates from our various stakeholders.
My name is Amanda, and I smoked while I was pregnant. My baby was born 2 months early and weighed only 3 pounds. This is the view I had of her in the NICU. My tip to you is speak into the opening so your baby can hear you better.
Join us on GBN TV every Monday at 5:50 p.m. and on Classic Radio at 5:50 a.m. every Tuesday and Thursday for Revival in the Land, a program dedicated to bringing hope, faith, and renewal into our lives, hosted by Pastor Ricardo Aline of the Latter Rain Revival Center. Discover the power of faith and community. Revival in the Land, where hearts are healed and spirits are lifted.
In a world where food travels thousands of miles before reaching our plates, ensuring safety is paramount. Join us on a journey from port to table as we explore the process and entities in place to safeguard our food. At the heart of their work lies a